probably be about 2 months until August or September when your intake starts for you. So the assessment can be very daunting. Let's just take it as an introduction to the corporate world. We know after SPM it will be very weird. Some of you may not have work experience, you know what it's a company or a corporate setting. So just try to take this as a learning experience as well. We just would like to say that if you come out of this with a scholarship or without a scholarship, you will learn nothing, and just take it as like a self-development journey. And if you get a scholarship, then that's just so yeah. And also assessments change every year, so it's important that you join the workshop for all the types of assessments. Just that it will be a versatile thing. You're just ready for all the assessment things that you go to them. Okay, so as usual, we've already covered this. Day one will cover all the applications, all things that will be in your application. Most likely, everything in day one will end by this month, June. We will end all the psychometric assessment, will end the essay writing, will also end all the document submissions. Day two will be for post applications, and it will be all used most likely July and until the end of August. So keep note on that, and next. Okay, I'll pass this to Luna. Okay, so everyone. So for any application, be it job, scholarship, or even university, it's prepare your resume, right? Okay, so what's the first document you're reading of that's you have to prepare? Yeah, that's right. Okay, that's supposed to prepare, right? So you have to prepare your IC, but you're applying for a scholarship, right? So please, who is going to hear you if something goes wrong? Your parents, your guardians, right? So you have to prepare your parents' IC, your IC, or your guardians. So to avoid identity theft, you can cross it out and write for what the person only. And I'm pretty sure all of you have done it already, right? Doing your imagination and stuff. Okay, so same group, your certificate, do the same thing. Okay, next slide. So any documents that you have created, be the IC or the certificate or PGCE that we talk about later, you have to make sure that you get it certified. Okay, so certified it means that it's a true copy. People might forge the document, so you have to get it certified true copy. And this is examples that we got from our respective teachers last year. Okay. So the question is, not everyone is certified. I have to certify you. So you can get certificates who are grade 41 and above, which you could scan this barcode right here. We get QR here to find out who are the ones that need the ones certified. But you usually it's easier. You just have to go to your school admin and ask for it. So good. Okay. So logically speaking, you're running out of options. You need to submit your SPM results, and usually you ask also for your Chinese result. So please go to this document and see if it is certified. As long as the transcript printed, you have to be certified. Okay? So there are some scholarships that will require you to submit your results for BD3 and also for results and semester results. So you should be ready so that when you go to your school to get certified, you can get all the documents certified at once. And also, I would recommend you guys to actually get more copies, but you can get up to 5 copies certified, so that you don't have to keep going to your school to get it certified again and again. Right? Okay. I'm pretty sure all of you graduated the day before the day, right? So your school will pass you a folder that it consists of this PGCE sheet. All of it, right? Okay, print it, get certified. Okay? Okay, when submitting the application, that is like a way to which kind of file. So make sure you convert it, just Google it and type like convert from one file to one file, or the first file size too large, so you compress it. Okay? Sometimes it might be too large, so you just compress it. Good? Okay. Okay. So for your passport pictures, just get it with the white background. Because sometimes when you go to the kakak or abang will ask you, Dek, nak mana kita pula warna biru warna putih. So it will be better to get it warna putih. Why? Okay. So when you apply for GPA, GPTJ, you'll be living in 1 month after you get the scholarship. You're leaving to the country that you want. So we'll ask you to get a visa picture and also white background. So we recommend it if you get white background for the passport picture. Okay? Okay. So, if you're applying for scholarship, they would want to know your family background, like how much is your family allowance, how much your parents earn per month and stuff. So you have to get it prepared, your parents, your parents, okay? Also get to refund. Anyways, utility bills is how much you have to spend over the span of one. That's perfect. Here is the refund too. Okay, let's say your parents are in business. They don't have a salary slip, or your mom is not a British housewife, or anything. As long as you don't have a salary slip, you can get the income declaration, and you can get it declared at the provider where you start transport. You can try to go there and assume fund. Okay? Pass back to Sarah. Talk about your resume. Okay, as you can see, the two logos out there for this year were the only ones that required resumes. So it will be YK and also Shell. But we do recommend that you prepare even though you're not targeting those two, because I'll cover that later why you would need a resume. It's actually very important and it's very easy for you to target by experiences you want to highlight things like that on your resume. So resumes, what are they? They actually give you an opportunity to talk about your experiences in more depth, more detail. It gives personality and character to your application, because the one thing that's different is basically like a summary of your whole application. It's about 2 to 3 pages. Max 3 pages, don't include more than that because it will get lengthy. Nobody wants to read that many documents. There are a lot of applications. You just want to keep it short, concise, simple, but also a summary of you as an applicant as a whole. So, let's see. So, there are going to be sections in resumes where you might want to explain some of your activities even more. Some of them may be vague. Like, say you start on base, and the name is called base, right? So, people don't know what is base. Like, people don't understand what you did, what are your contributions to the community, things like that. Explain these things in further detail, but also just the points. Say, okay, manage a team of like 80 people. Say, just include more precise values. That's how you know that there's someone that's very specific and you know what you're doing. Because once you try to use how you would say, it gets big and people won't understand what you did with the outline. So, if you submit the resume, and you will probably have to for YK and Shell, they will likely use it at the final interview. So everything falls back, all your essays, all your resumes will go back all the way to the final interview, which means the choices that you make now when you're making these documents and personal statements will carry on all the way until the final stage of the resume, if you get them. It's just when an interviewer wants to interview you, what do they actually refer to? The application portal is lengthy, they don't want to read that. So they read your resume, they read your essay, and get a whole this is quite a dilemma for everyone. For my activity was like, hey, which should I actually make? Should I just use a Canva template since it looks nice, right? Or should I just go to use a Canva template because there are already sections there. But is that you really have to follow the Canva template. You need to know that the Canva is open to everyone. If someone sees a template that looks the same, they're going to think, oh, this person's quite lazy, they probably didn't cheat on Canva, right? So it's not that essential. It's just the fact that you really need to filter based on what section you want in your resume. You actually don't need to follow very strictly in what Canva has given you because Canva has like a big section for work experience because they think you're someone who's been in the industry for 10 years, but you're also a high school student. So if you have work experience, maybe the weightage will be lower. So you put it in the next page or you put it in the last page probably. So try to categorize your segments based on what is most important to you. If you're someone with more leadership positions in high school, better put the leadership positions at the front. So you gauge yourself which segments you would like to be highlighted in your resume. Because when a recruiter looks at your resume, the first thing that they'll see is just the segments. They'll check all the segments and then only they'll look into the details. What's your highest achievement in each section? So next, oh yeah, on the screen you will be able to see both of my resumes. Let's just say that I went for the Canva option. So I'll tell you about both options and which one you should choose. I don't recommend just like following what we did. Just try to gauge which one fits your personality, which one is your vision. So you'll be able to see both of my examples there. Section that I suggest you include, which most likely I always see in everyone's resumes. The first one will always be education. Second will be leadership involvement. Try to start co-curricular activities because we know a lot of you are club presidents, a lot of you are say team like team leaders or team captains, and aside from the competitions that you have joined. So try to make it a separate one if you have more positions that are more important to you. And then the third one will be like awards and honors. If you have gotten like state awards or co-curricular achievements or your school awards principals list, you can also include that. Higher awards should be listed at the top. Lower awards like district level or school level should be at the bottom. If you're Pengangkat Diraja or Queen's Guide, just put it in the award section as well. It's quite a good thing to do that. And the skills. Skills are divided into technical skills. Say you know how to code, you know Python, you know JavaScript. Just include that as well. Put in like a number of years you have been doing it. That will really help. Try to quantify your skills so that people understand, hey, this person is really committed. They've been coding for like 10 years, for example. Or also languages. If you're trying to learn a new language, just pick it up. What's your proficiency level? If you took French in high school, include that as well. That's part of your skills. So number 5 is co-curricular achievements. So this will be quite a long list depending on how active you were in school. You can categorize them based on international, national, state, and then district. But we suggest that you put in the ones that you feel will be impressive, is standout experiences. Yeah, and also which ones you really want the recruiters to know. Then put that at the first page. 6 will be community service. I know some of you maybe in different parts of the country may not be able to access community service because it's really not accessible even in your area. But people in KL or Selangor, if you have a lot of that, try to include it as well. Maybe it's like a big part of your application. Maybe they really value that. So just try to include if you have at one of the sections. And also passion projects. If say you weren't exactly active in school, but you were active on your own, you did a lot of like intellectual development, you did courses online, you can also put that. You started a website or you started a foundation just to like have a cause and have something that you're passionate about. You can also include that. I believe YK this year has a section in their application portal that includes passion projects. So it does give you a plus point if you have that. And next, Okay, next optional sections, work experience, for example. It shows, if you have one, it shows that you're someone that took initiative, tried to explore your cause, or tried to just help a company that is close to you. Or references. This one is only for people that have like a significant close connection to someone that is in the realm of academia or in the realm of the professional industry. Say you did an internship just a while ago, you can include the recruiter or you can include your mentor as a reference, but do make sure that they know that you are including them in your resume so that if anyone calls them, they'll be like, oh yeah, this person is very good, I suggest them, and things like that. So just make sure your reference or your referee knows that you have included them if you like. Honestly, I don't think a lot of people did put their reference. I personally did because I did have a connection with my debate coach, but it's really up to you to include, and I don't think it weighs as much as any other section. I know people that just didn't put and just still got a scholarship anyway, so it should be fine. And online courses, or if you know what MOOCs are, it's massive open online courses. If you took courses from universities, say on computer science or things like psychology, you wanted to know more after SPM, you can also include them. If there's no certificate, it should be fine. Just put bullet points of what you've learned in those courses. That helps a lot because it shows that, again, you're someone who took initiative. So next will be professional pictures. This is also quite a dilemma. A lot of people don't know whether or not they should put pictures. We know from certain reports that say that people can be biased when you put pictures in your resume. So it's really up to you. You have to gauge yourself. Do you want to put your professional picture in your resume, or if you don't want, it should be fine. So most traditional resumes don't have any pictures, so you do you. And next. Okay, so we've come to like the traditional resume segment. So time efficiency. You have only 4 days. If you don't have one yet, most likely, if you're the kind of person that types fast and can just compile information quick, probably easier to just open a Microsoft Word and just make your own resume from there. But we also have a template for a Microsoft Word after this. So readability, that's actually something that is pretty important. The recruiter will just skim through your resume. Like, mind you, they will not read the whole thing. So you really want to highlight the important parts and highlight each segment head. Readability is very important, as well as when you're explaining your experiences, don't put it in lengthy, flowery words. Be very precise, include numbers. Also, just put action words. We'll go about that later. Order of significance, as I've said, maybe your leadership should take precedence over your district level activities, for example. So, by timeline, the most important segment. After that, I don't know if you can see on the slide, it's quite small. You have to include the date or like the year that you've completed certain courses and put it by the year also so that it makes sense. The recruiter wants to know what years in high school were you active? Were you active in a certain year only or were you active throughout all years in your high school experience? That's also quite important. I think some of you have also asked me personally, they're like, should I include Form 1, Form 2, or Form 3 things? I'd say if any of the activities in your Form 1, 2, or 3 are important to you and is something you want to highlight because say you have committed yourself to a certain activity since Form 1 or since Form 2, all the way up to Form 5, you can try to include that. Say that you have committed yourself for 5 years to a certain district competition or a certain field in extracurriculars. So just use logic, see which one you want to include and list them by the order of importance. Yeah, and specificity, including numbers, will give the recruiter a good idea of what, how active you are in the activity. Next. Okay, so another QR code. So the importance about the Notion site that I gave you just now is also in the Telegram group. You can click on that. Is that all these QR codes are already in the Notion site. So you just need to click the Notion and get the link. So this one is Harvard's bullet template, which is essentially what I've already edited for my own resume. It's very simple because it's only one page, and you can add your own segments because it's basically on Microsoft Word. And I'd say that this is one of the easiest resumes that you can make. So add more sections as you feel should appropriately. And if you choose Canva templates, it's really up to you. It should be altered. to suit your purpose and the purpose of your section. If it's smaller, just make it smaller. You don't need to fill out the whole Canva template. It's not as rigid as that. Okay, next. Okay, this one is also from Harvard's website. I'll just take a few keynotes from their website. They said that top 5 resume mistakes include spelling and grammar mistakes. It's just very important for you to not make those mistakes because they're very simple and you have to cover all bases. So if you can't make sure that the grammar is right, then it does show a bit of your weak spots. Second, missing email or phone information. This is quite important for recruiters if they just want to contact you personally. I don't think it's quite important in scholarships, but it's pretty important when you're applying to internships or things that revolve the corporate world. Number 3, using passive language. Say if you said like, I made this, or like, it just doesn't show as much of your action within that team. Say if you led a team, say that you led a team through this competition for 5 years, something like that. Action words are important. And also not well organized, concise, or easy to skim. Sometimes it really gets hard for you to put everything in 1 or 2 pages. So just pick the activities that you think should. Okay, I think we'll wait a bit for the camera to be changed, but okay, we'll move on now. Okay, that's not tailored to the position or industry. Okay, this one actually, say you're applying for Shell, and you should know a bit of what the business is about. They want people that are most likely goal-oriented, but also people-friendly. Or if you're applying to YK, they want people that have quite good interpersonal skills. So try to highlight that. You'll probably know from their websites what exactly each scholarship values, and you have to sort of tailor your resume for each scholarship. Don't just make one resume and send it to everyone. That's not how it works. So if this scholarship specifically in Seychelles, you're applying for chem engineering, right? You try to make it more course specific because most likely these companies want to know that you're going to thrive in their environment, you're going to be able to have a good contribution to their company in terms of what specialties you have within that field. So just try to know what the scholarship wants and alter your resume based on what they value more. So resume language, you can probably see like be specific rather than general, don't be flowery. Written for people who can scan quickly. That's very important. Just make it as simple as possible. But also I understand that the portals nowadays will only let you put 10 of your top high school activities. So in your resume, you're allowed to put as many as you want, as long as they're easy to read. So if you just want to put the 10 that you included for more elaboration, maybe that will be your choice. Or if you want to show that you're more active than just 10 activities, then just include as many as possible as you think should. So it's up to you. See which one is your strength. If your strength is that you committed yourself a longer period of time to something, then try to include more elaboration. But if you're someone who's just really active, try to do everything in high school, just like a jack of all trades, then you may just want to highlight that you did a lot of activities in your resume. And don'ts will be like using abbreviations, people will not understand that, or using a narrative style. Don't try to make it an essay because we already have an essay segment, or a cover letter, which we will cover later. Next. Okay, so what I want to highlight is for people that aren't exactly just targeting YK and Shell, but for everyone in general. So resumes can go beyond your accomplishments. As I said, like you include your courses that you've taken, your background, what school you came from. That's actually really important information because they want to know what opportunities you were given. And also adding depth and character, and also for your essay and interview prep. Why? Because resumes become a good brag sheet for you guys. It becomes like a chronological order of what you did in high school as a whole. So before your interview, if you want to think of, hey, what if this person asked me, like the manager asked me a question about like competency, like if they give you a question of, tell me about a time when you led a team, or tell me about a time when you faced a lot of struggles when leading a team, that's when you have to channel all your memory back to what you did in high school. So say you didn't have a resume or you didn't have a brag sheet, you're going to wing it. And winging it is not advisable. I know a lot of people from our batch that were very strategic about their scholarships. They listed down almost everything that they did in high school and also listed down what they learned from every activity. We will have an ideation activity that leads to that, but basically, it just serves as a good ref sheet. Next. Okay, well, we've come to like almost the end already. So applications, the best practices for them. Next. How do you start if you haven't started? Start with an Excel sheet or a Notion page or a notebook just listing all the scholarships that you're trying to apply to. It's very important if you want to apply to a lot more. If you're applying to more than 5, there will come a time when the assessments are overlapping. So you really need to keep track of the calendar, the assessments, and put it most likely in a Google Calendar or a Notion or just a physical calendar, detailing what days will you be free and what days will you be occupied with assessments, and also just prepare like just any exam or assessment. You will want to have like 2 to 3 days to prepare beforehand. So that's quite important. These are scholarships, deadlines also. Judge the deadline based on what is most important and what is most recent. If the deadline is coming soon, better complete that first. If the deadline is later, complete that later. Next, the QR code is also in the Notion page. So you will be able to find the Excel sheet that we've prepared for you. And navigating portals, I think this one is quite logical. Like you just have to read the fine print. You have to check the guideline to make your application portal account. Also, if some portals only allow a set number of achievements, just include the most important ones to you. Compress files to the file size limit, like what Tona said. And also, essay prompts, you can actually just copy paste them into like a Google Docs or Microsoft Word, just so that you can brainstorm separately. Don't try to write the essay straight away onto the portal because it gives you a lot of anxiety, like you have to submit it soon, something like that. So try to take it out of the application portal and work on it on your own. Next. Oh, okay. This is one aspect. Okay, I'm pretty sure that none of you have gone for any of the interviews yet, but in a few weeks' time, or in a few days' time, when you go for the interview, you realize some of the scholarship, the interview date clashes. Or you might touch it, you get COVID, or you have any family emergencies, and you can't attend the interview. It's wasted, right, the opportunity. So don't worry about it, but just call the number that's given at the email or the phone number or the email that they provided, just email them or call them and let them know. They will reschedule it for you, don't worry. So this is a sample of one of our scholars who sent this. She couldn't attend because she got COVID, so she sent this to JPA and they rescheduled it for her through online. And after sending this, right, they will request for like proof. So you have to take a picture of your COVID test. Also, after you send them the email, right, make sure you call them to make sure that they receive the email. You know what I mean? Make sure you call them after you send the email. Also, to get like to next stage, example for YK, you got stage 1. Then you pass the first stage, you're going to proceed to the next stage. But how do you know you have received it? Make sure you check your spam or even the promotional folders because sometimes it will go inside that. So make sure to check your email because during the whole process, right, all of us panic every time we see the email notification. So you check your email. Do you guys have any questions for now? Okay, so we will take a short break and we'll resume at 10:15. So if you guys have any questions, do remember to go into Slido and ask us a question, or you can approach us and ask us. But if you're shy, don't worry, just use Slido or through the YouTube live chat. Also, if you need to use the toilet, look for the facilitators with the red lanyards. Okay, we'll see you guys at 10:15. Be punctual, yeah? choices, you don't know which one to choose. So let's invite Arian to help you navigate your course.
Hi everyone, welcome back from your break. I hope you guys are energized and mentally refreshed because the next session is going to be a little bit intense. So pre-warning, this session might include a little bit of existential dread and maybe a dash of identity crisis because choosing your course is a pretty big deal. Consider the fact that your course is going to be something that you are going to be pursuing for a pretty good sum of your life. So when you choose your course, you better make sure it's something that really, really suits your specific skill set and it's something that truly makes you happy or satisfied. So, before I move on with the content, I'm going to be introducing myself. Hi, my name is Ariana Saiful, but you can call me Ariana, or as some of my friends here call me, I also go by Erin. So moving on, the first aspect that we are going to be covering when it comes to choosing courses is interest. Okay, so for some of you, figuring out your interest might seem like a really, really easy thing. Some of you might already know what you're more or less interested in. So can I have a show of hands for people who are generally interested in any field instead? Okay, that's good. Women and men in STEM. I totally do that. Anybody interested in humanities or social sciences? Cool, cool. Because I didn't really include this in my introduction, but I'm going to be pursuing or like applying for two different types of courses. I'm going to be applying for law in the UK, and I'm also going to be applying for PPE, politics, philosophy, and economics in the US. So humanities and social science is something that I would be totally down for having a conversation about. So interest, right? Some of you might think it's something easy to think about, but for some of you it might be a little bit confusing because maybe you didn't have the necessary like counseling that is required to figure out your interest or your niche skill set. So I'm gonna help try to guide you through this. I'm gonna try to prove to you that you can think of like very, very simple, random daily occurrences or daily habits that you have that can actually be a signifier for what you are actually interested in. Alright, so interest. I think it boils down to two parts. Number one, passion and personal values, and secondly, intellectual stimulation. So let's start with passion and personal values because that seems like the more straightforward part, right? What are you passionate about? What really gets your heart beating? What is it that you want from life? I think it's so important to answer these questions because when you're pursuing your course, you more or less have to make sure that your moral values align with whatever course you're pursuing. So maybe it's a little bit easier if I explain true personal anecdote. For me personally, why I chose to do law or chose to apply for law is because I figured out really, really early on that my passion is arguing with people. But for real though, like not even professional debating, I just really like picking fights with people. But then the thing is, you have to really figure out what specifically about your habits or what specifically about your hobbies is like, why is it interesting to you really? Because I realized the reason why I like arguing with people is because it's a really huge intellectually challenging thing. Like it's an intellectually challenging activity, right? And the thing that I like best about it is because I can use my communication skills to essentially talk to people, exchange ideas, and that exchange of ideas is what I was most interested in. Aside from that, that was my passion, right? But what about personal values? For me, I really, really value objectivity and rationality. I need to make sure that in my decision-making calculus, I always try to choose the most logical path. And then after a lot of research, it makes sense that you want to do law, right? Because it does take a lot of rational decision making to come to a conclusion within the law. So that's essentially how I had my personal journey on figuring out my passion, figuring out my personal values, and making sure that the course that I want to apply to really does tailor or take into account the passions and personal values that I already have. So next about intellectual stimulation, right? Intellectual stimulation is something that you may or may not have already experienced. Maybe for those of you who are taking SPM, maybe the academic syllabus is not as intellectually rigorous for you or not challenging enough for you. But how do you feel when reading about a certain topic or researching a specific thing that you are interested in, a social issue maybe? If you are someone who feels like that specific topic is just really interesting, that is what intellectual stimulation means. But, okay, I totally get it if you haven't really started reading into very specific niche academic books. But maybe I can give you another personal anecdote on how I figured out that law was for me, law BBA. The reason why I figured out that my intellectual stimulation was very much tailored to analysis was because, okay, and I'm gonna call myself out a little bit for this, but it's because I watch anime and read manga. No, but for real, it can be a very, very simple hobby, and you might think that's not a big thing. But the reason why I figured out that I am someone who is very analytical is because after I read any manga or watch any anime, I would always psychoanalyze the characters when I really feel like their ideology or their perspective is really interesting to me. It's just something that I really like to deep dive into. And after researching, I realized that the fields of interest that really suits that type of analysis would be like psychology, philosophy, economics, law, and that's how I came to the decision to do law at PPE. So maybe you guys can also sort of think about all these very small niche habits or small niche interests or hobbies that you have and try your best to brainstorm. Be open-minded with this, okay? It may seem like a small thing, but you can definitely link it to a bigger academic interest. So moving on to skill set. All right, I think this is pretty straightforward. I don't think I really need to explain this much to you, but of course, you have your hard skills and you have your soft skills. So hard skills include teachable abilities or skill sets that are easy to quantify. Maybe for some of you, you know how to code. For the rest of you, maybe you're interested in debating or public speaking. The rest of you, maybe it's more towards doing puzzles or visual arts like painting and drawing. Next, we have the soft skills, which are also extremely important. They're also known as people skills or interpersonal skills. So these include things such as communication, leadership, teamwork. And the best way to figure out what hard skills or soft skills you have is to reflect on your ECAs or reflect on your personal experiences. Maybe, okay, instead of ECAs, taking from a random daily experience example, what if you are the oldest child of your family? That means that you probably have had to shoulder a lot of burden or responsibility on your shoulders. What does that say about you? Maybe you're the leader type? Yeah, that includes a lot of soft skills, right? So, moving on. Discovering yourself. So I've already talked about the distinction between skills and interests. Now I'm going to share with you a few instruments or tools that may be helpful for you to truly research or discover yourself. So first up, we have Gardner's theory of multiple intelligences. Alright, actually you can take this quiz online, but even if you don't want to take the quiz, you can just research which type of intelligence sounds most like you. And I'm not going to go through every single one, because I think that the charm of self-reflection is you get to research on your own which type of intelligence really suits you. But I'll just give a few examples, right? So firstly, for linguistic verbal, it really includes a lot of prowess in words, language, and writing. So people who are strong in linguistic verbal intelligence, you can use words well, both in writing and speaking. And so I think that it wouldn't be hard to really connect that type of intelligence with academic courses like, journalism, law, and education. Aside from that, we also have things like visual spatial intelligence, which is something that I don't think a lot of people know is an actual intelligence, where you can judge yourself based on visual and spatial judgment. If you are someone who is good at visualizing things, who is good at putting puzzles together, interpreting pictures, graphs, and charts well, enjoys drawing, painting, and all of those type of visual activities, then you're someone with visual spatial intelligence. And hence, the academic course that might interest you the most is maybe architecture or artistry or engineering. So, of course, I am just going to encourage all of you to research all this on your own. Again, I'm going to repeat, the instrument is Gardner's Theory of Multiple Intelligences. So if this helps you, then yeah, go ahead and learn about that. Next, the instrument that I want to share about is MBTI. And I know that this has been a TikTok trend or fad lately, so can I know how many of you actually know what MBTI you are? Oh, okay, that's quite a lot. Okay, I'm going to geek out just a little bit, but for real, I have to tell you guys that this has been my cheat sheet for the entire application process for when I applied for Yasan Hasana. Because why? I think that a large part of application process is being consistent with yourself. And to be consistent with yourself, you need to ensure that you understand your core values and you understand truly why the course you're going for is something that aligns with your values. Again, consistency is key. Ensure that every time you go for every time you write your essays or every time you go for your interview, be consistent with your moral values and if possible, try to relate it to your course as well. So, again, for those of you who already know what course you want to take, figuring out how your moral values, interests, and skills align with your course is still really important. Don't just go with the career interest or the course interest that seems like the most lucrative field for you. Please choose something that actually suits you. Alright, but back to MBTI, right? The reason why I say it's such a cheat code is because they literally give you like all these big questions when you do the quiz, right? About introversion, extroversion, values, perceiving and judging values. Of course, I can't really explain everything in this short of a time. You definitely have to explore it on your own. But I would say use it as a stepping stone or a foundation for you to truly learn things about yourself, learn about your identity, and try to also connect it to the research that you've done based on your course of interest. So I guess that's all from me for now. So I'm gonna be passing this on to my partner Shafi. So please give a round of applause for him.
Hi everyone. So thank you Eric for that awesome presentation. So we're talking about courses, right? But honestly, out there in the real world, you can't just choose a course based on your interests and your skills. Because for example, right, say you're really interested in chemicals. Like for some reason, you're obsessed with chemicals and you love to build things, right? And you decide, I want to do chemical engineering. And you apply for a scholarship like Petronas or Shell to do chemical engineering. But you also have to think about, if I do this course, what type of work am I going to get later on? Because if you're going to do chemical engineering, there might be a chance that you have to work offshore on a haul rig somewhere in Sarawak, right? Are you completely comfortable with that? Are you okay with being away from home for 6 months on end? Are you okay with being far away from the city? Are you okay with not seeing your family at certain times? Are you okay? Are you like the type of person who loves to travel and meet your friends and visit relatives? Because if not, that lifestyle might not be for you. Or another example, say that you are a person who loves data analytics and you want to do something like data science, right? If you get a job in data science, there'll be a high probability that you have to spend a lot of time on your laptop and your computer, right? But what if you're really extroverted? You love to talk to people. You have to be in meetings, and you have to do like, and you just you're like Erin, right? She loves to argue with people. Having a lifestyle which is like so independent work might not be what's right for you. So don't just look at skills and don't just look at interests. But another thing that you have to consider is your lifestyle. How do you want to live? And this is a bit hard to figure out, I'm going to be honest. But there are some things that you can consider by yourself and you can use your common sense to figure out. But there are some things that we often forget. And this is what we're going to talk about now. First thing that we forget is stress, right? Some people thrive in stress. Like if you guys watch like a Netflix show about like some hospital show about medicine, you can see that emergency doctors, they're really good under pressure. Even though someone's life is in their hands at that very moment. Some people crumble under stress and they prefer to be in a boardroom than a meeting. So look at how you thrive stress, because some occupations, you might get scolded by your boss. You might be under a lot of pressure. You might be really stressed out with the work that you have. So reflect on your life a bit. Think of stressful moments in your life, whether it be in school or an activity that you did. How did you handle stress? Were you comfortable with stress? Or did you prefer when things were less stressful? Right? I think SPM was a really good time to test your stress capability. So yeah, reflect on that and sort of figure out how comfortable you are with stress. Lepas tu, flexible. Okay, COVID-19 actually brought a lot of changes to Malaysia. One of the things is working from home, right? So a big shift in what we're seeing right now is flexible schedules. So are you a person that wants a 9 to 5 job? If you're a person that you want to do a side project on the weekends, or you want to start a business at night, or you just want to hang out with your friends every night, and then maybe a 9 to 5 jobs work if you have like a fixed routine. But if you're like a person, if you're like raising children in the future, and you want to like balance things around, maybe a flexible schedule is for you if you want to work at your own pace. Something to consider. And also, are you comfortable with independent work, or do you prefer to sort of sit in meetings, brainstorm, similar to like, are you a people person? So you might want to consider that. And one way to look at that is to look at your coco back in school. Did you prefer doing work on your own, or were you like the guy who's right? All right. So that was basically, we talked about interests, skills, and lifestyle. That was like the textbook ways to find your course. I want to get a bit theoretical in a minute. But before that, right, about people, about like being very talkative and communicative, some of the ushers that welcomed you into this morning told me that the people here are very, very talkative. And so that might be a good sign that actually you fall into that category. But I have a challenge for everyone today. Let's just take a bit of a break from courses. I have a challenge for everyone. If you think about it, right, ikut laju akal, some of the people in this room and online, they're some of the smartest people in the nation, or they're the most ambitious, the most excited students. So during your break, you have 15 minutes spent, or lunch break is 1 hour 50. I want you guys to meet someone new. Like just go up to someone you've never seen before, like a stranger, and just say, hi, this is my name. Because who do you know? The person sitting on your left and on your right might be your scholar mate, might be your college mate, your classmate, or even yeah, you never know. Like my friends that I've met in interviews ended up being my college mates and my classmates. So Natalie, during the break and during the lunch break, meet someone new. Like start networking with people. There's something that I've learned in my own life is that networking is such a useful skill. You don't know what opportunities that can open to you. Okay, back to courses. So we talked about skills, we talked about interests, we talked about lifestyle. Now, those are like the textbook method of finding courses you can find online. Now I want to get a bit theoretical. So chill ticket, like sit back for a while, get a notebook out, because this is going to be a bit philosophical. What you're seeing here is the brightest star in the sky. So if you go to the North Pole, which is at the top of the Earth, and you look up in the sky, there's going to be a really bright star. And they call this the North Star. And so in ancient times, where sailors used to look at the stars and the constellations for guidance, they said that the North Star is their end goal. Wherever they go in this world, they know, no matter like what hardship or like whether they get lost, they know that they're always heading towards their North Star. This was their guide. This was their end mission. If you're working towards their North Star, they will be safe. So actually, every one of us have a North Star too. And your North Star is what you want to do with your life. Like at the end of your life, right? And when you're like really old, what you want to have accomplished. And those are the things that you're going to be working on from today. This was a hard theory to grasp, so let me show you an example. My North Star, personally, is that I want to build and work on really cool projects that can help people in the field of healthcare and space exploration. So every single day, as I go to class, as I work on my projects and I meet people, that is my end goal. That is my intention. I know that I'm learning this so that one day I can actually achieve your North Star. So why am I talking about North Star here? Your North Star will actually allow you to identify what course you want to do and also justify to your scholarship provider. You masuk Yayasan Khazanah meeting or whatever scholarship you apply for, and they'll ask you, why do you want to study your course? You can tell them, because in 10 years' time, I want to build something that can help my nation. That's your North Star. That's something that you can sell about yourself. The thing with North Stars is that everyone here has a different North Star. I'm going to replace the word North Star from now on with aspirations. So everyone here has a different aspiration because we all have different values. We all want to live different lives, right? And I just want to ask a few people here. Do you guys know what your aspirations are? Okay, really quickly. Who is not comfortable with sharing their aspirations? Not comfortable. Okay, everyone's cool. So I'm going to give you guys 15 seconds to start just think about your aspirations. And I'm just going to ask a few of you to share your aspirations. Alright, okay, let's get back to this. Okay, I'm going to choose a few people, okay? Because everyone was comfortable just now. Okay, let's go for you in the green checkered shirt. Go on stage. Just in like 1 to 2 sentences, what is your aspiration?
Sampai stage, check out stage.
Hello everyone. So my North Star or aspiration would probably be to, honestly, I don't have one actually. If I had to pick one, it would probably, please don't laugh here, okay? Give me some time. So it would probably be to help others, I think.
Right. I wanted to pick out a few more people, but I think we'll keep moving up for now. So, funny story about North Stars, right? There's actually 2 types that you can have. There's personal and societal, and it's crucial to figure this out. A personal aspiration is what do you want for yourself? So, for example, in 10 years' time, you want to have a happy family, or you want to learn a language, or you want to travel the world, or you want to speak at conferences. This is a personal North Star. A societal North Star is, for instance, what do you want to do for other people? And one great way to figure out your societal North Star is to sort of find what problem in the world or in Malaysia, especially in Malaysia because we're applying for Malaysian scholarships, what problem do you really care about? This is actually, in my personal journey of meeting people and talking to people, I realized that the most ambitious people all have one problem that they really care about. Like, this is what they're working towards every single day. Like for example, I met a senior in my college, and she really cares about education. Like she had a bad experience in high school, and she said that I want to change how education works. So she was awarded the YK scholarship, and she's going to Harvard this year to study psychology and education because she wants to come back and reform how education works. That's like an ambitious North Star, right? You have also like super unique and like niche ones. Like I also have a friend who really cares about animal abuse because he has a cat that he couldn't imagine being hurt by other people. And because he's doing computer science, he built an app to create a network of people to track animal abuse cases. So like, you see, using your course, you can actually work towards your North Star. So finding the problem that you care about is super important here because in your scholarship application later on, when you say that I want to apply for this course for this reason, being your North Star, to solve this problem, which is this societal issue that we solve. Alright, that's all for the North Star and aspirations. Last textbook fact that we have for you guys is future prospects. Because let's be real, you're just starting your journey. You're going to be studying foundation for 1 or 2 years, and then your course for like 4 years. The world later is going to be very different than the world is now. You've seen how ChatGPT changed things so fast, right? So you also have to predict what is my career and my job going to look like in 6 years. Is it going to be replaced by AI? What is the salary going to be like? Is there demand? There's a lot of youth right now who are unemployed because the demand for that specific course is low. So when you're picking the course, think of the future. What will the future look like? And a great way to think about the future in Malaysia is to look at upcoming fields. Because if you can master your interview and you know exactly where the nation is heading and how you're going to be a part of it, that's like a golden point. Like, for instance, if you apply to something like Khazanah, and Khazanah is heavily investing on the electric vehicle industry, they wanna push electric vehicle adaptation in Malaysia, and you're able to articulate well why you want to study this course to help electric vehicle grow in Malaysia, that's a really good selling point for them to choose. So look into what is happening in Malaysia, and a great way to do that is to look at NIDA. I don't think anyone here has heard of NIDA, but they're an investment agency in Malaysia, and they're what attracts investors from outside. And if you go to their website, you can find upcoming fields in Malaysia. So on the bus here this morning, I kind of looked up NIDA. Some of the things I found was aerospace engineering is apparently going to be big, because we want to work with Airbus and be a part of the global supply chain. Electronics and electrical engineering is going to be big, because Penang, we want that to help solve the global chip shortage in China. And there's a few more cases, a few more interesting things that you can find in there. So if you can relate your course, your North Star, and where Malaysia is heading, that's going to be golden. Also keep in mind, there are some courses that are not going to be in Malaysia's vision. Like, there are some really niche courses that you might be interested in and might suit for you, but if you come back to Malaysia, you might not get a job in that field. For instance, like biological quantum computing, that's going to be something you have to start on your own, not something you can expect to find a job for. Yeah, so that was the end of finding your courses. Just to recap for everyone, there's interest, skills, we talked about lifestyle, aspirations, your North Star, and also future prospects. So we made it seem really simple for you guys, right? We're just like, oh, to find your course, just check all these boxes and you'll figure it out. Well, it's actually not that simple. In the real world, this is a messy, complicated, and weird journey. So I want to tell you guys a bit about myself. Believe it or not, this time last year, all of us, we were actually in the same position as you. You know, you just finished SPM. 18 years of your life has been so certain. You had Form 3, plus 2, Form 4, plus 2, Form 5, plus 2 SPM. But now things are uncertain. Like, you have so many different pathways to go down. And to be honest, that's really scary. And for me, the scariest part was actually figuring out which pathway is for you. Like, what do you want to do with your life, right? And I'll tell you a bit about myself and my personal journey. This time, before SPM, I love to build things. So I told myself that, okay, I love to build things, I'm going to do engineering because I want to solve these specific problems. But still, I changed school. And then I got mixed with some really politically inclined friends. And I told myself that, no, I'm going to do public policy because I want to speak in parliament and I want to run a ministry. The first two, I fell in love with aviation because I was playing a flight simulator game. And I told myself, no, I'm gonna become a pilot. And I told everyone I was gonna become a pilot. You see where this is going, right? And then when I got sick after SPM and I spent some time in the hospital, I love a doctor's job. And I said that, I want to be that guy. I want to be a doctor. This job looks so cool. And a few more things happened until I eventually applied to Khazanah for aerospace and Islamic theology. And you might be thinking, oh, this guy is messy. I know, I thought I was really messy too. Until I got my scholarship and I came to my college and met other scholars, and from listening their stories, their lives were equally as messy or even messier than my own one. Because everyone changes their class. Because there's a lot of factors that go into it, and it's normal. So what it taught me is, it's normal to not know your course, and it's actually a good thing to not be 100% certain, because as you eliminate the ones that you don't know, you'll actually progress towards what exactly you want to know. Just now, Flona asked you guys, who of you know exactly what course you want to do? I want to ask you guys, who of you don't know what course you want to do? You guys just put your red hands up. And for those of you on Zoom, just type number 1 in the chat if you guys don't know, or not, like, don't, you have a vague idea, but you're not 100% certain, right? So as you can see, some scholars even put up their hands. And I was pretty surprised because when you guys apply for a scholarship later on, which is what you guys are here for, you apply for a specific course. Like for instance, if you're applying to Petronas for chemical engineering, they're going to allow you to study chemical engineering. And some scholarships, they're not very flexible with this. I know that YK and some others, they're quite flexible if you want to change your course. But there has been a lot of cases where people are so excited about the scholarship, and they get a scholarship, and they sort of overlook the course that they're going to study. And this is actually a trap that I don't want you guys to fall into. Taking a scholarship is not everything, and actually knowing what course you want to do is equally as important, if not more important. Because imagine this, right? You get a scholarship for economics where you really want to do engineering. So, tapi you say, tak lah, I get to go to the UK. Tapi je lah scholarship ni, you get to study economics. And you go to somewhere like Oxford or like Cambridge to study economics, right? Let's say you first year was like okay, and then you go into your second year, and then you have examinations, and then you have tests, and then things get really tough, and mental health is low, and you're stuck doing a course that you don't really want to do, but you want to pursue something else. That is a really tough position to be in, and I know that I actually have a friend who applied for scholarships and was awarded both Shell and Kazana, but ended up rejecting both of them because they decided that they wanted to do medicine. And the position that they are in now, they are much happier than they said if they were to accept the scholarship at the start. So knowing your courses and applying for the right course early is crucial to sort of avoid being stuck in a bond or a course of study that you don't really want to study. So that was my personal story. We actually want to have a quick, okay. You might be really confused with this slide. Yeah. Let me tell you guys about this slide for a while. Bring it through it. Let's go. Bring it through. This was our exam question last Tuesday because we just finished our AS examinations. And if you guys took SPM physics, you probably learned this. And later, if you guys choose to study engineering and you take physics, you learn about this over and over again. This is a transverse wave. And something I reflected on is that this actually shows uncertainty. And because you have a lot of uncertainty in choosing your courses. Let's look into this graph, right? There are down points on this graph, and there are up points on this wave, right? And after each down point, there will be an up point. And it's going to be continuous. It's going to be up, down, up, down, up, down. It won't be down forever, and it will never be up forever. This kind of symbolizes life. As you go through choosing your courses, you might have some down days where you decide that, oh wait, actually I don't want to do this course. And then that will be your down days. But then you realize that you might converge on something even better. And that might be your up days. And if you guys do go through a messy sequence of courses like I did, this might go on for a really long time. But something that changes, as each down and up, you realize the time increases. Imagine this time as how certain you are about your course. Or imagine this time as your personal growth. As you go through these experiences and as you discover what course you want to study, you'll eventually reach a value so high that you're 100% certain that this is your course. So don't be afraid of second guessing yourself. What you can do from now on is sort of look into the skills and the tips that we talked about and really identify which course is for you. But to help you guys out today and to sort of teach you guys lessons that some other people went through so you can learn from them, we're going to have a course discovery sharing session where we're going to ask some scholars about what was their own journey of finding their course. So what were the factors that need to be found and how did they eventually choosing their course. First up, we'll have Eric, who spoke to you just now.
Let's go, Aaron!
Okay, hi guys. You know what Shami said about people being messy with their courses? Yeah, I totally found that true though. Because especially for me, the fact that I'm applying for two different courses, one in the UK and one in the US, really says something about me. But I hope maybe what I'm going to be sharing with you guys is going to be beneficial for those of you who want to take humanities and social sciences. So, for me, I have always known that I am a very interdisciplinary person, meaning I just really like to delve into humanities and social sciences, but in a way that gives me a lot of breadth. You know, like I don't think I'm the type of person who would want to study any specific thing with a lot of depth, but there's no like room to wiggle in. You get me? So I guess that's why I was very much interested in the law in the first place, because the very fact that there are so many different facets to law, right? There's corporate law, there's constitutional law, there's criminal law, there's just a lot within one singular academic course. So it just really interested me in a sense where I didn't really feel like I would be constrained to just one type of direction. And in fact, that I would be discovering and exploring this academic course in this like very vague sort of genre, it just felt very comforting to me. And about PPE, the fact that it's three different majors in one major was also very comforting to me in the sense where I would be learning about philosophy, politics, and economics, which really does give me a lot of space to learn different things. And as someone who has somewhat of like a really short attention span, this is like really important to me because I really love jumping into different things at a time. Okay, you can kind of tell that I'm a multitasker. But essentially, that's how I came to the decision to just go for it, you know? Go for law and go for PPE because they both really interested me and they really interested me. But like, the thing is, I am just very, very fortunate that my scholarship body allows me to go for two different courses in UK and US because I know for a fact that some scholarships don't allow you to do this, and in fact, as Shami has mentioned before, some scholarships only allow you to go for the course that you applied for originally. So please be sure that if you're someone who is kind of indecisive like me, or like who really needs like that room or space to grow, or like to make decisions, then make sure that when you accept the scholarship, be sure that you accept the right scholarship. So yeah, that's essentially my journey in discovering why I want to do law or PPE. And as I mentioned before, the interest and skills part was also a big part of why I decided to take my course. But my final tip and advice is to also research the academic course. Like I know some of you, when you're choosing your course, you have like a career in mind, but I think that really somewhat constrains you because you have to be genuinely curious about the course that you want to study because that comes first. Career is later. You can always change that. You can always go for like a different course. I mean, you can always go for a different type of career, like even with like a different type of course. But think about the present. So yeah, that's just my basic advice. Thank you so much. I'm going to be passing this over to Aisha now. Bye guys.
Thank you for that very enlightening session. Must be nice to be able to change courses. Okay, guys. So my name is Aijas, and I'm sponsored by the Green Oil and Gas people. So that means that I cannot change my course, and I am currently dead set on chemical engineering. So let me tell you a story. So this was around, I guess, when I was 6 to 7 years old. So me and my family were about to send my dad off to overseas, I can't remember, because he has conference there. And would you believe it, I was the most excited kid on that car because I got to go to my favorite place on the earth, which was the airport. Not, I came to the airport not just because my dad was going to fly, but because I loved looking at how the planes operated. I loved looking at them fly. I loved hearing the sound that the airplanes make. And so I developed a strong passion for aeronautical engineering. And now my course that I take is chemical engineering. Okay, jokes aside, I was actually in you guys' position for about a year ago. And I was torn between three courses, all of them STEM. Because I know that I absolutely suck at humanities and social sciences. Sejarah was my most hated subject back in high school. So I decided that I would stick to STEM, and that's okay. If you guys have only a specific field that you guys are very passionate in, that's fine. There's a lot of different courses in that field that would suit your needs. Okay, so I was torn between three courses, which were aeronautical engineering, material science engineering, and also chemical engineering, which was my third choice. So my pursuit of a career in aeronautical engineering came to a very tragic halt when I realized that Malaysia wasn't really needing aeronautical engineers because we don't produce our own planes. So I put that aside because I said it is what it is. I'm not really leaning too much on that. So I decided to move on to my second choice, material science engineering, which was offered by YK. Woo. And so I applied that. I put that as my first choice course in my applications. I went through the stages, I went through applications, I answered tests, and then it broke me when I found out I got rejected by YK. But I guess that was a canon event for me. Reference. Thanks for catching that. And so I thought, maybe my future does lie in chemical engineering. So I decided to do some research on that. Because I had no prior knowledge as what chemical engineers do. I thought they were just people who sat in labs, put in different chemicals in conical flasks and just call it a day. So I looked up at various YouTube channels. I read some engineering magazines that I'm fortunate to get my hands on because my dad was a chemical engineer himself, and he sometimes gets those newsletters from universities in the mail. So I read about them, watched some real engineering videos on mustard. Those are YouTube channels, by the way. I don't actually watch videos on mustard. And I found out that chemical engineering very much suited what I wanted to do. It wasn't as theoretical as I would think, but it's a course that focuses on solving real-world problems and optimizing. Okay, I'm nerding out too much, but it looks on solving real-world problems. So I came to terms with myself and thought that chemical engineering was the way to go. And I was happy with that because it lied in the STEM field. I'm happy with dealing with mathematical problems. I'm happy with learning chemistry. And so I decided that for the rest of my scholarship applications, I would list chemical engineering as my preferred choice. But you know, I'm here at KYUM, I'm not Dave as well, but I study at KYUM under Petronas taking chemical engineering. And I guess that's it for my journey. So, a bit of retrospect, some factors you guys will need to consider for your courses would be your interests, of course. Yes, you can't really pursue what you're interested in because the real world is much crueler than your imaginations, but put your interest first because it will be the number one driving force that keeps you going, that keeps you studying, and keeps you striving to work hard to get that diploma or to get that degree. Another thing to consider would be national needs, I guess, because we're in Malaysia, so let's not get delusional. I'm not going to be working for Boeing anytime soon or Airbus. So I might as well help out the country with what we have now. We have a very established oil and gas company, Petronas. Sorry, Shell, but I think Petronas is just there for me. So I figured out that since we have a lot of potential in oil and gas, and also we're diving into renewable energies in the future, which is also something that I like, I might as well use my skill set and knowledge to help the nation with what I will bring back from my undergraduate studies. So yeah, I wish you guys the best of luck in choosing your courses, best of luck in facing the application stage and facing the interviews. And I'd like to leave you guys with a certain quote that I found out from a Haikyuu video essay, which is sometimes who you want to be is not who you're meant to be. So thank you, and I'll pass it on to who am I supposed to pass it on to? Oh, I'll pass it on to Christina.
Hi guys. Are you guys okay?
Yay!
My name is Christina and I'm a YK scholar. So my intended course is economics. Can I know how many of you here are planning to apply for econs? Oh, so sikit. Okay, but okay. So I'll just tell you guys my story. So a little background about me. Back in high school, my electives were chemistry, physics, econs, and accounts. So I sort of had both STEM and also humanities back in high school. So from my experience in classes, I realized that STEM was not for me, like 100% not for me. Like the things I learned in STEM classes is just like not it, you know. Like I'm not intrigued by anything I learn. I just half what is being delivered to me. So I was down to humanities courses, accounting, finance, econs, I was also considering data science. Why? Because I realized that I love playing with numbers. I like to analyze things. So I was like, okay, data science is also one of my options. So I eliminated all the STEM courses out of my option immediately. I knew memang I tak nak at all anything related to STEM. So we're down to econs and other stuff. And then I realized that, okay, why not accounting or finance? I crossed that out only because in my accounting classes, I realized that accounting were a bit too rigorous or a bit too like to the book, and it's not for me. So I feel like that's how you guys should navigate your courses as well. Like if you think that you're not intrigued by the subject, then just put that aside and follow your heart and just choose what you think interests you. Just choose what you think intrigues you most. So in my econs classes, I'm really intrigued by the things that my teacher explained, like the theory that we learn. Okay, you know how like mineral water, some mineral water is like 1 ringgit 20 cents, but we have like Evian, which is like what 8 ringgit per bottle, and behind that it's economics. Like why the prices are put like that is demand and supply of the market. Like I'm intrigued by those kind of theories. So that's what I put in my essays. That's what I told my interviewer when they asked me, oh, why econs? So have a very good reasoning of why you want to apply that course, but also do take note that the course you apply, how it can contribute to the company that you're applying for. So for example, when I apply for econs, for YK, the prospect of econs when I'm working in YK is probably going to help them in terms of their business, right? Like how to push or maybe how to help them invest on companies that will succeed in the future. But when I was applying for Bank Negara, I have to look at it at a different perspective. But what Bank Negara does is like they control the policy. So my knowledge in economics, if I were to pursue economics, would be to help them with their policy making. So that's what when I did my research for the courses, I divided it into two for econs. But it's okay to be messy like all the other speakers said. Some of the scholarships I also put data science for the sake of trying. But at the end of the day, I didn't succeed in any of the scholarships I applied for data science. So I guess it really reflects how your interest plays a big role, because like when you're talking about the course you're applying, the interviewer can sort of tell like this girl is just reading what she saw on the internet, or this girl is actually portraying what she knows and what she's like passionate about. It's fine that if you guys haven't found your passion yet, but dig into the little things that make you excited. Like I said, I found things like the price of how prices are set interesting. So I dive deeper into that, and that's how I found my relation to econs. So yeah, that's all from me. I'm passing it on to Charmin.
Alright, thank you, Christina. Alright, so hi everyone. My name is Sharman. I'm also a YK scholar like Christina. And currently, I plan on pursuing public policy in the US and economics in the UK. Yeah, but that wasn't always the case. So I'm just going to tell you a bit of my backstory sebab actually agak flop juga lah in more than one area. Okay, So we have to rewind a bit if I'm trying to like dig out my own personal story back to about 2014, in which case I was dead set on becoming a doctor. Actually, I don't think there was a specific reason. Like, I think it was just an Asian thing, and also maybe it's just my parents lah. Actually, I didn't really have any interest in medicine or bio, so I don't. In retrospect, I don't really know what I was doing lah. So, anyway. Anyway, alright, so then we are going to like fast forward. So I decided that, okay, I'm not going to do medicine, and plus I don't really like to see blood, so maybe I should do something else in the pharmaceutical field, you know? So I tried my hand at researching things like pharmacy, because before I got YK, my original plan was metrics and then public university, as I assume some of your plans are as well. I mean, there's always good to have a backup plan, but of course aim high juga lah. Right. I mean, I'm being realistic. Okay, so after SPM, I decided to work part-time at a pharmacy. And then I hated it. No, I swear, it's so boring. Did any of you work part-time at a pharmacy after SPM or something? Did any of you? No? Okay, thank you. Thank God. Thank God. Okay, don't ever, no. It is the most boring thing in the world. Most of my job description was like helping old people sort out pills. I swear, like that. And then like one person like came up to me. I was working at the cashier at the pharmacy at that time because I wasn't sorting out pills at the back. And then she asked me like, "Boy, Malay New Year no discount." I was like, "What is Malay New Year?" Anyway, okay, so pharmacy out of the question. But that brings us to story number one. If you are unsure about something, it's okay to try your hand at it. Just dip your toes. At least I only worked at a pharmacy for 3 months and not 30 years, you know, like at least that. So you can try a few new things when you do have your time. I mean, your SPM break is over, but then there's still other things like online courses that you guys could like dip your toes into and pursue and so on and so forth. Alright, so then after that I decided, okay, maybe pure STEM is not for me. Let's just put bio into the trash can. Yeah, so anyway, after that I tried my hand at law. But then the thing is, okay, so I did not anticipate specifically that I was going to get scholarship. So the thing is, I'm also a pragmatic person, also a realistic person, and very sad to say that law is not especially well-paying in terms of the work-life balance. It's not exactly the most balanced field in the country. It is a very rewarding field, definitely. If you like to argue, if you like to argumentate your thoughts, that's definitely something that you should be exploring into. But then, sadly, due purely to the forces of supply and demand, the prospects in Malaysia are not so bright. So anyway, law kind of like went out the window. So now is where we get to a part where I was actively considering between two courses. One was computer science, and another one was something more social science related. But at the end of the day, I decided to go with computer science because I did try my hand at a few online courses during my SPM break and so on and so forth. And I thought like, okay, this isn't so bad. So I was like, okay lah, can try. So anyway, fast forward, I applied for all my scholarships using data science / computer science, and I write what I thought to be a very passionate 1,000-word essay for Khazanah, detailing what I want to bring to the country by studying data science as an undergraduate degree. Right, so we get through that, and fast forward a few more weeks, actually not really a few more weeks, a few more months to about like 1 month ago, and then I realized this is not exactly for me either, and this is like the era flop sikit. Yeah, because I chose all my subjects at A-level already, and then after that I decided to switch one more time. But okay, I mean, it's okay to be indecisive. The good thing about Yayasan Khazanah is that they are very open to you changing courses as long as you still have your mindset on helping the country, nation building, that kind of thing. Alright, so basically, why did I not like computer science? I'm not dissing anyone who wants to do computer science. Show of hands, who wants to do like computer science, data science? Bukan you lah. Show of hands. Anyone? I see 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. Okay, I mean it's a good number lah. It's a good number.
Not for
Adalah
this.
fikir. Alright, so anyway, I tried doing it, but then like the thing is, I did my toes slightly, but then the more as time progressed, then after that I realized that I don't actually like the main parts of it. Like I like certain parts. I like the mathematical parts of computer science. But do I necessarily like the programming part, like the HTML part? Not necessarily. So it's time to consider, like, is this something I really want to do for the rest of my life? Or is this something that I'm just going to do because I've already spent 6 months on it, So like, I mean, I'd rather waste 6 months rather than waste 30 years, I feel like a lot of that is like common sentiment as well. So yeah, I decided to drop computer science at like, I think the 11th hour or something like that, and then decided to pursue public policy and economics. And the thing is, this thing actually, it was like some terpendam ambition, I guess, because I was always interested in economics, even though I did not have the opportunity to take it as an SPM subject, simply because my school did not offer it. I did try, but then they didn't let me. But then, nevertheless, what made economics click for me is because even though I was shuffling through all those different courses, medicine, pharmacy, law, computer science, nevertheless, what permeated through all of that was that I would still like read stuff like The Economist or like be interested in certain things that pertain to economics, even though I knew I was probably at that point not going to pursue it as a course. So I feel like that's what really permeates interest. Even if you do not think, ask yourself this question, even if you do not think that you're going to do anything with that information that you are learning now, do you still want to learn that information just for the sake of it, just for the fun of it? If the answer is yes, maybe then that's the right course for you. If you were like me and you were still bothered to learn economics and like watch documentaries and like read The Economist, and for some reason I read the inflation report by Bank Negara, I don't know why, it was very boring, but I still read it for some reason, even though at that point I was doing computer science, then maybe you should start thinking, like, oh, maybe my interest is misplaced in the wrong place and all that. But fast forward and here we are now. And also at the same time, interest will, once again, go back to the point, interest will definitely permeate through your ECAs, through your life in general. Even though I did a last minute change to economics from computer science, most of my ECAs from the start of like high school to now were actually in public policy and economics anyways. So what I'm saying is, moral of the story, basically let your interest drive you, and then if you let your interest drive you, pretty soon you'll end up fine. And also plus, if you do get a scholarship, you will be bonded, so you don't really have to worry about the job that much. That is like the one benefit to it. But also the last caveat that I'm going to give from my moral story of being a flop yang tukar course like 5-6 times is that it's okay to change your mind. I understand that not necessarily everyone has their mind made up now, and that is perfectly fine. Some people, they work until like 25, they finish their undergraduate degree, they finish their masters, and then they change their course, So is it really worth the time invested? It's okay to be unsure. It's okay to change your course at the 11th minute, the 11th hour also. Because as long as you really want to do it, I think it's definitely worth your time, worth your effort, worth your heart. Alright, so with that, that's the end of my story vlog. And I feel that I don't change my time again. So now I would like to pass the mic to Katie.
Okay, we're a little bit short on time, so I'm just gonna like rush through my explanation. But hi everyone, my name is Kaylee Starr, and I'm currently at KY with the rest of these amazing people. And I'm a Shell scholar, and I'm planning to do chemical engineering in the future, hopefully. So, let's start with me in Form 3. So me in Form 3, my teacher started mentioning in class, saying that, okay guys, you're gonna be applying for scholarships, like, after Form 5, so start thinking about like what you potentially might want to do. So how I started was that I looked at my subjects. And then out of all the subjects that I had at that point in time in Form 3 or Chapter 3, I decided that I like science a lot. I like science, and in particular, I like the bio section the most. So because of that, I knew then and there that my interests were really like STEM based, and they weren't humanities based. So it wasn't econs, it wasn't law, it wasn't even medicine at that point. It was just like bio, chem, and maybe a little bit of physics. So fast forward to Form 5 and Post-SPM. I basically applied for wherever I could. I applied for biochem or biotech. So only 3 scholarships that I could apply for offered bio-related courses, which were YK, SIMRB, and JPA. So the thing about most courses is that engineering will be sprinkled out throughout, like for example YK, YK got, and then there's going to be Shell and like Petronas with engineering, right? There's like mostly oil and gas kind of engineering. Then you're going to have business courses in almost all scholarships, and then you're going to have like data science in maybe almost all scholarships. And then if it's like Bank Negara, it's going to be very monetary based, so it's like finance or econs kind of stuff. So in my scholarships that I applied for 3 different courses across all my scholarships. So I applied for bio in YK, JPA, and SIMRB. In Petronas and in Shell, I applied for chemical engineering. And then in UEM and Bank Negara, I applied for econs. Yeah, suddenly there's econs there, right? So my mindset at this point in time was that I don't care, as long as I get a scholarship, as long as I get the money, just give me anything and I will study. You know, like I feel like that is the mindset that a lot of people would have, because at that point you're in like a very like survival mode, right? Just like give me the money and I will study and I'll work my ass off. But like the thing about that is that I was quite fortunate in the sense where I was exposed to my interests at an early age. So I can't imagine that a lot of people won't even know where to start, right? So I'd say that you should start by just identifying subjects generally, and then from there narrow down like what particular part of the subject you could probably like derive a career from. So in this case, I put a lot of effort into my YK and my SIMRB and GPA application. Got rejected from all of them. And then after that, I turned to like UEM, Bank Negara and all, and like Shell and Petronas. So I was quite fortunate in the sense where I got the Bank Negara offer first. And when I got that offer, I was happy because like I got money, okay, I can study now, right? So because of that, I thought that okay, econs. It's not the worst thing in the world, because in my perspective, my interests were 2 things. One was social justice, another one was STEM. So I wanted to do bio originally because of the fact that bio had a lot of genetic research, and I wanted to use that genetic research in a social justice aspect in terms of like making food more accessible, food more like higher production of food that's more accessible to rural communities, for example, that kind of that kind of field. So because of that, I realized that I wanted to go into research. I wanted to help people and try to use that academic side of things to help people in ways that you wouldn't directly think could help people. So then I got econs, and I was like, okay, econs satisfies the social justice aspect of my interest. But do I really want to do econs for the rest of my life? I realized that econs, the more I read into econs, like on the surface level, I was like, yeah, sure, I'll do econs. But actually looking into econs, you realize that it's a lot of like monitoring, and it's a lot of like, the most you can do is like probably make projections of future economic prospects. And I realized that that was not fulfilling my research aspect, because the reason why I wanted bio was because I wanted to work in a lab, I wanted to work on problems and then create new solutions for those problems. Econs doesn't necessarily do that for me in my perspective at that point in time. So because of that, I decided to not proceed with the Bank Negara offer and take my chances at a Shell or Petronas scholarship. So when I got the Bank Negara offer, I almost didn't go for my Shell final interview, because when you are in like scholarship application season, by the end of it, you're so tired, you're so burnt out that sometimes you just don't want to do any more assessments anymore. So I almost didn't go for my Shell final interview, guys. If I didn't go for the interview, I wouldn't be here. So basically, the lesson from this is that you have to find the core of interest. Because I pushed myself to go for the Shell interview, and then I was offered chemical engineering, then I could weigh the differences between chemical engineering and econs. I realized that chemical engineering both fulfill my social justice interest and my research interest, because through chemical engineering, I could solve potential real-world industrial problems that would benefit people on a smaller scale. Sure, it wouldn't be genetic modification, but it still satisfies that kind of like STEM interest that I had from the beginning. So this is like the biggest takeaway from my story, I believe, is if, for example, you don't get a scholarship that you want, you get rejected from the scholarships that offer the course that you want. The best lesson is to go back to your interest, find the core of your interest, find the core reason why you wanted to do that in the first place. Is it research? Is it a certain kind of like, feeling that you wanted to satisfy? Was it social justice? Was it like talking to people or interacting with people or even like arguing with people, So once you find that core interest, you can pivot to any course that you want that still satisfies that interest. So don't be discouraged if you get rejected from the scholarships that offered the course that you originally wanted. And keep an open mind and try to find how you can pivot to new courses because of like whatever opportunities life throws at you, basically. Yeah, so I think that's all from me. Are we asking right? No. Okay, I'd like to invite Len.
I'm just be real with you. Who wants to be a doctor? Who wants to be? Raise your hand up high. Doctor kena berani, man. Who wants to be a doctor? Do you guys know how you are? Do you know how many scholarships do you guys have? You guys have 2. Okay. You guys have JPA and YTP Mara. And YTP Mara is most of the time a deductible loan. I used to be a medicine scholar. I wanted to be a doctor. Because I saw my granddad and my grandma die. I want to save them, right? I want to save people. But then, in life, sometimes you need to take hard choices. Okay? So before I stand here as a YK scholar, I used to be a YTP Mara scholar at College Malakuli. Because I wanted to be a doctor, right? I'm studying locally to be a doctor. But then, when I got the YK scholarship offer, I realized sometimes in life you need to make hard choices. And my hard choice was to know that to be the best version of myself, I need to sacrifice my dreams. Rather than being a doctor, save one life at a time, I could be a CEO of a biotechnological company. I make medicines for people and save more than just one person at a time. I could be a pharmaceutical company CEO, I could be a CEO of Yayasan Khazanah and help more people than just be a doctor. But again, life is filled with hard choices. I didn't choose to get only 8 A's for my SPM. I didn't choose to not get straight A's. But what did I choose? I choose to apply for 28 scholarships. I choose to apply for Yayasan Core, which you need to apply in Mandarin, and I just translated everything into Google Translate. Sometimes I need to choose those things. Because hard choices take big steps. And when people call me near misses, and when people call me failures, because I didn't get straight A's, I realized that, you know what? I don't need my dream, I need bigger goals. I may have aimed for the moon and missed, but I can land myself in stars, shine brighter than any moonlight. So, for those in my position, for those who think that I didn't get straight A's, I can't apply now. Nah. All of you are equal. Because if you're not paper smart, if you're not book smart, if you're not book smart, then be string smart. If you're not a scholar, be a hustler. And when you realize that sometimes to be what the best version of yourself needed to be is to sacrifice your dreams and take the lead. Because maybe you want to be an economist, maybe you wanted to become, I don't know, data science, maybe you want to make games. But at the end of the day, you need to realize that hard choices just exist. And sometimes it pays 400 a month to take the hard choices. So to all the potential doctors out there, aspiring doctors out there, chase your dream. But at the same time, no, because chasing dreams is what led me to be here at the first place. I worked when everyone was, having internships. I was weighing tables at a kopitiam. When everyone was working in aircon office, I was laying down bricks and cementing floors to get more money. Because I wanted to become a doctor, because I know I need to pay 100,000 ringgit back to YTP Mara. So chase your dreams, but also realize that sometimes hard choices exist. So be the best version of yourself while chasing your dreams, and at the same time, take risks, bro. Risks pay off. Some people chase dreams, some people chase money, some people chase names. Kita tak sama kok. With that, I end the course sharing session.
I hope all of you enjoyed the sharing sessions that all the speakers gave just now. But before we move on to the next session, I'd like to ask all of you here. Wait, I'm pretty sure all of you are like leaders at your school, right? Like you're probably in some clubs, you're president, secretary, and etc. So I'd like to ask, over the course of 2 to 3 months, while you wait for your SPM results, anyone here did part-time jobs? Oh, only a few, okay, I see. Who learned a new skill? Practicing yoga, learning swimming, oh, cool. Okay, what about reading a book? Anyone read a book?
Oh, no.
I see. Okay, so the question here is, how do we put all these skills, the techniques that you learned, into words? Like you had all these ECAs, all these achievements, but how do you put it into words? So let's invite Bob and Ira. Come on here to share with us.
Wow! Ira!
Good morning, everyone. I'm Wong Kawang. You can call me Wong, you can call me Kawang, and
How about sayang?
that's good as well. I'm a USN scholar, and I'm planning to do mechanical engineering after A-levels.
Hey guys, I'm Ira Kyrene and I'm a Bank Negara scholar and I plan to do accounting and finance after my A-levels. And today we will be talking about essay writing tips 1. And essay writing tips 1 will be more focused on preparing before you write your essay. So I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you. That's good. Okay, the essays. So we are talking about the essays, and to me personally, the essays are an essential for you to stand out, because like all of the scholarship bodies, they have piles and piles of application forms, right? So to me, to stand out, you just have to make a really interesting essay, and at the same time, just sell yourself through the essays, right? So this segment is more on like the first essay writing tips 1. It indicates that there will be a second session for that. So our first session will be more on preparing before writing the essay itself. Right. Okay. So as you can see in my slides, there are 2 fried chickens. Fried chicken A and fried chicken B. So what I can tell you here is that fried chicken A is a fried chicken and fried chicken B is also a fried chicken. Does that mean they are both the same thing though? Yeah. Think about it. For now, it's just like, no way. Because as you can see, the colors are different, right? And why is A and why is B? But next slide. On the revelation, we know that one is KFC and one is McDonald's. So just, okay, they're different. But what are you trying to tell us, okay? So, yeah, okay. So, before everything, I want to ask you guys, which one would you prefer? KFC or ayam goreng McD?
Mayday.
Yeah. Okay. I was thinking of if you choose KFC, you say something like, you just shout out like finger licking good or something like that.
No.
And yeah, actually yes. Then ayam goreng McD, you just do like, what's the para papa thing? Yeah, you just shout it out. And then for people who are on YouTube, you can just like comment it down lah. So on the count of 3, just choose it lah. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Great. So as you guys can tell, we don't have a unanimous decision here, right? My point being, it doesn't matter what chicken you are. Sorry, what chicken you are. It doesn't matter what chicken that is. They both are good. They both have people who like them. It's just a question of preferences. Okay? So imagine all of us now, me, you, and us, we are all fried chicken. And imagine like someone is going to pick us and eat us, right? And think of that someone as the scholarship bodies. Like, them choosing you doesn't mean that, like, they don't choose you, they don't choose you. Doesn't mean doesn't mean that you're not good. It just means that they prefer other fried chicken parts. Sorry, I'm trying to bring this. So, and the reason to their preferences is basically like, maybe they like the crunch, they like the juiciness, the meatiness, the recipes and whatnot. It just means that all of us have a different set of values in a way. Which brings me to my main point. Next slide, please. Knowing yourself, personal values. So, to me, applying for scholarships is basically selling yourself to the scholarship bodies. You want to tell them that, oh, I'm this person, I'm good, and make them know that they need you. So before you could do that, know yourself first. Alright? And this slide is basically a guide to like how to know yourself better. And honestly, through the navigating courses punya section, you can know a lot already. And for mine, it's just a simple one. You just take out a piece of paper, take out a pencil, and then just write stuff down now. So like you could ask yourself questions like, what makes me proud? What makes me happy? So for example, I could say like, I like teaching my friends mathematics questions. And from there you just draw a line and explain. Put justification. Why do I like doing that? So it can be like, oh, I like it when my friend has the, oh, faham punya reaction. It's like, oh, okay, that's nice. Then just write it down. Just write everything down. Even though it doesn't, like, it looks like it's not gonna do anything. Just write everything down. And once you have everything on the paper, you can kind of see a pattern and try to determine what type of person you are. Right? So, okay. So having the paper, it makes it a lot easier to write stuff for essay, because a lot of essay punya prompts, they don't necessarily ask for your personal values. Like they don't just straight ask you, describe yourself or something like that. But most of the time, you have to write about yourself to like sell yourself out, because essay is the part where you can actually write something out and not the other application side. And for this, I'll pass to Ira.
Hi guys, so now I will be talking about experiences. And okay, I'm sure all of you guys here are students who are active in extracurricular. You guys have taken on leadership roles or taken part in so many kind of competitions. So the reasons why these experiences are very, very important is because usually, like, you guys have no working background. You guys don't really know that much about the courses that you want to pursue either. So when it comes to writing your essays, when it comes to interviews, this is the tool that you guys are going to need to justify why you want to pursue a certain course, justify why the scholarship body should pick you as their scholar. So first off, experiences, what counts as an experience? Alright, so we have our extracurriculars, such as taking part in debate competitions, or maybe we were the troop leader in our scouts. But that is not all that makes up an experience, and it's not all you have to use in your essays. Even if you're not that active or didn't make that much of memorable moments in those extracurriculars, you can also talk about other smaller moments and hobbies that you guys pursue in your life. So for instance, it could be like watching a movie or playing a board game. There was one scholar, Shabil Ilham, oh sorry, I'm naming. But yeah, that was this one Bank Negara scholar. He wrote in his essay to apply for Bank Negara about how he watched the movie Snowpiercer, and because of that, it led him to realize that the two extremes of being extremely rich and extremely poor, they're both kind of bad. They're both a type of evil. So that led him to want to dive deep more into socioeconomic issues in Malaysia. And then that's when he decided he wanted to become an economist, because he was interested in the economy. So you see, it's these little things, these little moments that can actually lead you to link it up to a bigger cause in your life and show the scholarship body that is what fostered your interest.
So second is to always have a growth mindset. When you have these experiences, okay, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. When I was in high school, I was also very active in extracurriculars. And at first it was like all fun, anything that popped out, like, an essay writing competition or an interclass sports carnival, I would just sign up. It was like ticking off boxes, like how many I could do, because I had the time. But after a while, you realize that you have to pick the certain few that you're extremely passionate about. Because one, these scholarship bodies want to see that you are someone who is passionate and driven, and they can see that you're someone who's committed, someone who doesn't just take up projects and then drop them, because they want workers who are perseverant. Yeah, therefore, you have to always have a growth mindset, and you have to, when you do these ECAs, make sure that you aren't doing it just to tick off boxes or whatever, but to grow and develop as a person, to learn new skills and to gain more knowledge. And that's why it requires you a lot of reflecting when you apply for these scholarships, because you have to think back about your experiences or your ECAs. Maybe when you were, example, being head prefect or prefectorial board, all you were thinking about was like, okay, manage school, do this project, do the other project. But once you want to really write it into your essays, you have to make sure you reflect like, how was I as a leader? What kind of leading style did I do? What were the mistakes I made and how can I learn from it? Okay, so next slide, please. And this brings me to my next point about keeping calm and be anti-fragile. So sure, all these experiences may help you develop new skills and new values and qualities, but at the same time, it's not always positive. I'm sure all of us here have been in negative situations or have had obstacles in the past. So yeah, that's what keeping calm and being anti-fragile is all about. Because when you hit rock bottom, means that the only way left to go is up, right? So yeah, you can also take a lot of negative experiences, because some scholarship bodies, in their essays, they'll ask you to talk about an experience that changed your life, a time where you were going through a difficulty and how you overcame it. And that's when you have to really reflect back on your past experiences and psychoanalyze yourself and see what you can learn from your downfalls. So an example is, like, for instance, if you were in Form 3 and you decided, because in Form 3, my school allowed you to apply for like Deputy Head Prefect. So you were Form 3, you applied for Deputy Head Prefect, but then you lost the position. So there's a few ways that you can bounce back up from that downfall, and you could have started asking yourself like, what did other candidates have that I couldn't? What could I have done better? You can even ask those candidates like, what did you see in your interview or anything, so that the questions differ to the way you answered your questions. Then you can learn from it. And then you can, once you learn, you can improve yourself, and this will help you succeed in the future. So even example, because you're writing the essay, right? It's already in the past. If you guys didn't do something like that to bounce back up, then it's fine. You can, in your essays, you can write about, you can still reflect on that experience, and then you can think about what you're striving to do to improve on in the present moment, and what you strive to do to improve yourself in the future. Yeah, so next. Okay, furthermore is extracurricular activities. So some people, like when you guys are writing your essay, you can't include all the extracurricular activities. That's unrealistic, because there's going to be a word limit. And there's no point of like putting down, I did Queen's Commonwealth essay, I was in Scouts and everything, without any form of justification. So in reality, bigger isn't better. So just because extracurricular activity is very prestigious and all, doesn't mean that you have to focus 100% on it and then you just write about that. If there was another smaller experience that impacted your life way more, then you should write about that. And even if the small experience is something that you're more passionate about, then you should write about that. Because what matters at the end is what you learn from it, whether it be negative or positive. So as long as you're able to justify that moment, then that'll be good enough. So furthermore, when it comes to extracurricular activities, this is also advice for in the future lah. It doesn't matter if you guys go to a stellar school with high facilities and a lot of contacts and connections. even if you're not able to have access to this, you can still be active in your extracurriculars by taking whatever privilege you have now and making something out of it, whether it's small. So, for instance, like even in KY, because I'm from KYUEM, there's not a lot of facilities or extracurriculars compared to PTJs. So there's actually a lot of students in KY that just started their own clubs. Like it could even be a small club that started with like 20 people, but it's still a club, it's still an initiative that people took. And yeah, that even counts as an extracurricular activity. Or even like starting a study group among your friends so that you guys don't fail your exams. That's also a great step. Yeah, next. Yeah, so after analyzing your extracurricular activities, there are two impacts that can come out of it. This is to help you guys with writing your essays later on. So the first one is transformational impact, which is pretty intrinsic, and it's about how the extracurricular helped you as a person. So for instance, if you had helped the charity organizations such as MRA Siswa distribute hot food packages during Ramadan, you can write about how that taught you to become more empathetic to and aware of your community, of the lower income households in the country, especially since Malaysia has a lot of problems with poverty and all. Yeah, and the second one is the actual impact, which is extrinsic and focuses more on what you brought to the world around you. So, for instance, if you were the captain of the basketball team, you can talk about how through this experience you managed to foster team building among your teammates, and this helped you strengthen the community around you. Yeah, and I'll pass it back to Colin.
Okay. Aligning with scholarship values. So the point of this slide is so that so the point of this is so that when you write your essays, you can kind of like tease them like we're on the same team, right? So basically, what I'm trying to say is you find your values just now. You find your ECAs, your experience, you've prepared all of them down, and you put all this in your essays without telling them. Like when you write in your essay, you don't straight up tell them like, oh, I know you want to help people, and in the essay you repeat a lot of times, I want to help people, I want to help people. That's not gonna work. I mean, it might, but that's not really cool. So my point is, you write the essay around helping people without actually telling them that you want to help people. And to find out what the scholarship wants, what you can do is easily go onto their websites, not necessarily the scholarship portals. You just go on like contoh USN or like Hazana. You can go onto Hazana National your website, you have your website, Petronas and so on. And you can go to the About Us page and VC semua. Just like kind of read through everything and kind of get the gist of what they want. And aside from that, you can also ask the previous scholars. Like if I'm not mistaken, this initiative ada buat like mentorship punya Notion site. So you can visit there and then you can just DM the scholars there anytime. And then, yeah, the next slide. Okay, so about intentions and aspirations. Like all the cost sharing and all the navigating courses just now is put into essays in this slide. So after you find out what kind of path you want to walk down, I mean, of course, it's totally fine if you haven't yet found what you want to do with life, but it's really nice to find it out now and like get to know yourself now. And okay, so after finding out your career aspirations, after finding out what kind of path you want to walk down, it's easier for you to write essays, honestly. Because most essays actually they ask about like your career aspirations. They will ask something like, describe the course you are applying for. And or like describe your career aspirations, tell us about this and that. So my point is, so this is our last slide for the essay writing tips 1. And after preparing everything throughout from the morning until today, from morning until now, we have like courses, we have values, we have experiences, we have ECAs. We have ECAs. So we prepare all of this so that when you write your essays later, it will become really smooth. It's basically think of making sushi lah. It's like sushi. You lay out the seaweed, and then you put the rice. Then baru perasan, oh, cucumber tak potong lagi lah. So macam, oh okay. So you go to potong the cucumber. Then you come back, you put the cucumber. Perasan the tamago tak buat lagi. So okay, no masak the egg or something. But instead, imagine if you have everything prepared on the table. The cucumber dah potong, the egg is there already. Just wait for you to like lay out the seeds, put the rice, put everything, roll, done. So for that, you could focus entirely on the execution. In this case, making sushi is writing the essays. So you can focus entirely on the execution, and the end product will be better, and the whole process will be more smooth. So in this case, what I'm trying to say is, it's nice to get everything prepared beforehand. So that's all for our essay tips punya presentation, and after this, we will be having an activity. Yes.
Okay, so now we are going to do a little activity. So if you guys could take out your pens, and I think Shami, one of our friends, will help distribute paper to you guys. Oh, if you guys don't have paper of your own, then can you raise up your hands so that our helpers can pass paper? You guys. Thank you.
Paper. Masuk ke kita head. Masuk ke kita head. Nampak kena kan awak check buat apa dia. Macam tu. Macam transport tu lah. Ya. Masuk ke head. Lepas tu kiranya kita akan ni balik lah. Kau yang lagi tak ada kah? Aku buat contoh untuk dia.
When you go back and disappear. So the first prompt is list 10 activities that you've done in high school or in the past. And this can be anything from a club position to reading a book to meeting someone and having an interesting conversation with them. Going for an event or watching a documentary. Yeah, just list down the 10 activities. We'll give like 15 seconds. 30 seconds. Oh, 15 seconds. Okay. 3 minutes, guys. Okay, guys, so 2 minutes is up. Next slide. Can we have the next slide?
Yeah, sure. Fuck, what the fuck is this? Yeah. Yeah, change it. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Itu ya.
Oh ya. Sini kan. Ini bodoh. Okay.
Okay, so the next take 2 minutes to write down what you learned or gained next to it.
So
Yeah.
yang bit. Lagi ya. Sambil sebab set tu dah yang menjaga set terus kita
Okay ke? Okay mana? Ni ke?
ya
Tengok dulu.
ada tu.
Okay, guys, 2 minutes is up. And lastly, choose the top 4 that are the most meaningful to you, and then find the common ground surrounding them. So this means like, can we have the next slide, please? This is like choosing the top 4 and finding common ground means like finding the common value, so you can really see what your main personality traits are. So for instance, if you started a studying group, then that means that you could have raised awareness about marginalized communities, or you also help the animals in your neighborhood. Then that just shows that you are the kind of person who likes to help others and you're very charitable. So yeah. After this, I'll be picking a few volunteers to come out and share.
Bagaimana?
Boleh. I am Winter. Winter.
Okay, guys, 2 minutes is up. So, does anyone want to volunteer to share like one or two of their top four most meaningful experiences? Coming on three. I just. Oh, okay, that guy in the gray. Come.
Thank you. So, two out of the four most meaningful experiences is being a UNICEF fellow. I'm like part of this program that one of the people here, Benjamin, and our son, I don't know where he is part of, and that really taught me how to think more critically and like public speaking. And we had to do a lot of advocacy training, and that really like opened my eye to that side because I've always been interested in that. The second one would be joining international competitions. So international competitions specifically for innovations and robotics. So like that kind of thing also like trained me in communication, critical thinking, how to manage a team, how to like design certain items or design products, or how to like do design thinking. And the common ground between like all my top four interests is definitely like critical thinking, communications, and also whether like implicitly or explicitly, it involves creation, and that is something that I really enjoy and like drives me to go towards that.
Thank you so much for sharing. Okay, can I have one more volunteer? Um. Okay, how about the girl in the white sweater with the words Paul story? Do you want to come up and share? No? It's okay. Anyone else? Wanna... Oh, okay. The guy in the polka dots.
So hi everyone, I'm Benjamin, and two of the top four things that I find most meaningful to me is being the secretary of the prefectorial board. Because first and foremost is that I learned how hard it is to be when you're a leader, in which I find most of you, I believe that most of you have experienced that before, about some things not going well, especially in a board where you have to coordinate so many people, and it's just so hard to keep on track with everyone, and that's why I learned that coordination is of the utmost essential. And the other thing I learned is that I was in this Chinese language union club that we organized activities back in 2018-19 before COVID hit. And we organized all these one-day camp events. And the common ground between these two is that I find managing people and coordination is really important, especially networking. And the other two is just a bit on the side thing, but it's volunteer work and budget proposal on mental health with Arif as well there. So what we did was that we proposed a budget for the Ministry of Finance and on mental health, that's what I did. And it showed how explicitly mental health is a critical issue in our country. Stress, depression, those are on the surface. Down there are more psychiatrical issues that we haven't deep dived. So for me, is that I want to help people through coordination, communication, and teamwork. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, that's very nice. Thank you so much. Okay, now I'll pass it over to Wong.
Kawa.
Okay. Let's go deeper. Right. So for the next slide, we will start asking questions that are deep. So something like, where do you see yourself in 5 years? So you could do that for 2 minutes. What do you want to accomplish and who do you want to see in 5 years? All right. So to the next slide, to answer the next question, what can you do today to overcome these fears? The fear of like, what am I going to do in like 5 years and whatnot? So think about it. Okay. So before okay, that's final. That's always be. So before we answer that fear thing question, we answer the question of what are your greatest fears that are holding you back from achieving what you wrote just now, where you see yourself in 5 years. Yes, and there will be another 2 minutes for that.
Okay, so we move on to the next question. How, yeah, how do you overcome these fears? Like the fears you have written down just now. Just think of like what you can do to overcome all the fears. Yeah, that's another minute. And do it seriously, because like later we'll just ask for volunteers, and if there are no volunteers, we'll just pick people out. Okay, and this is the last prompt. Sorry. The last question would be, what can you do today to achieve what you said you wanted to in 5 years? Basically, it links back to the whole question. What can you do today to achieve that? Okay, so I hope all of you have your answers down already, and it's time for sharing. So, are there any volunteers who want to share what they've written down? Of course. All right, nice. Thank you. Can you get your name, please? Sorry? Alisha, okay.
Okay, so hi everyone, my name is Aisha, and the first answer to the first question is why do I want to accomplish in 5 years? So as for me, I really wanted to be a lawyer. Hence, I believe that what I really wanted to accomplish is to actually get the first-hand experience to be in court and gain the experience. I think that in 5 years, if I get those experience, that would be an accomplishment to me. And the next thing is, what are my greatest fears that are holding my back from achieving this? I think I'm not sure if this is like related to the question, the situations before, but I think that one of the biggest fear I have is I always make decisions solely based on my emotions. That leads me to wrong decisions sometimes. So I think what I can do to what can I do to avoid these fears is by talking to friends who always think logically. So they would rationalize my decision and help me to make the great decision that I can make. And in order for me to accomplish what I wanted to be in 5 years is, I think I have to start figuring exactly what I want to do and be straight up. And I also need to put my laziness aside and also prioritize myself in terms of education. So I would accomplish all this what I want to do. Alright, that's all from me. Thank you.
Alright, thank you so much, Alicia. I think Alicia's explanation was really good, but about how she can overcome those fears, I think what could be improved and what everyone should like focus more on is to make it more specific. Maybe set more specific goals. For example, if you want to focus on your academics, what steps do you want to take? Do you want to like maybe wake up at 6 a.m. every morning and do like some practice exercises before school? Or yeah, so like those set more specific goals because they're more achievable. Yeah. Okay, so maybe can we have one more volunteer?
Boy.
Okay, maybe the guy in the green. Have your name?
My name is Hamza. So in 5 years, I hope to be in Oxbridge studying engineering. And I want to have a YouTube channel helping people with maths, A-level maths and further maths. And my greatest fears are probably, I'd say, my lack of confidence and my age. As seen, most of you here are 18-year-olds. I just finished ICSE, so I'm 16. And and to tackle my greatest fears, I put myself out there, just like raising my hand here was like a big step. And by attending more in-person events like this one, and yeah. Now, to achieve the goals in 5 years, I'll be to study hard and maintain my grades, do all my studies, and pray and hope for the best. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much, and thank you to all those who volunteered. Now we'll move on to the next section before our lunch break. Okay, so the next section is essay writing tips 2, which is going to be by me and Rihanna.
So can you hear me clearly? Hi everyone, how are you guys doing? Are you still okay? You guys have made it halfway into today's session. It's already 12:15, and I'm not going to waste any time because this session is until 1 before your lunch break. So I hope that you are still zestful for this session. So today I'll be teaming up with my gorgeous partner Ira over here, and we'll be breaking down the structures of a good essay. So what makes an essay a good one? Is it lengthy? Is it consist of bombastic words? Or is it just like simple but impactful essay? So that is what we are going to explain to you guys today. So fantastic essays and how to structure them. So essay is usually the first stage of most scholarship applications, for example like YK, BNM, PNB, YSUM, all of those big scholarships that you don't want to miss out. If you messed up your first stage of your scholarship application, in a simple sentence, it's over for you. So you don't want to mess up your essay application, because if you do, then you won't be getting to the next stage of the application. So this is why it's very important. So this is the general flow of a good essay. You have brainstorming, mind mapping, time management is very important, drafting, creating a hook and paragraphing, and lastly reviews and checks. Writing an essay doesn't take like a very short period of time, because in order for you to produce the perfect essay, not perfect lah, but the best essay that you can do, it takes like a lot of energy, a lot of time, and a lot of proofreads from other people as well. So firstly, when you get the question of the essay or the topics, you have to brainstorm the ideas. In simple words, brainstorming is basically like producing the ideas. So in order for you to write, you have to understand what the question actually means. You can just like read the question like macam directly je, and then okay, I think this essay is about like this, blah 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 blah. This can be like very difficult for you, because you can like overlook something in the questions of the essay. So a simple technique that you can use to understand the question is ask yourself all of the WH questions like what, how, why, when. What is the essay? What is the question about? What is it about? What do the scholarship bodies expect you to write in your essay? Why does the scholarship bodies ask you? Like why do they want to ask you the question? Like what do they see you? What do they expect you in your essay? When is the time taken? Like the time taken in essay, is it future? Is it past? Or is it the present right now? And then how do you want to write your essay? So these are the things that you have to understand carefully before you write down your essay, before you jot down anything. Basically, just understand the topics carefully. And then these are the sample questions from some scholarship bodies. So firstly, describe major challenges or hardships encountered in life and how you overcame them. So as you can see, there are like two things that you have to explain in your essay. Firstly, about the major challenges or hardships that you encountered in your life, and secondly, how you overcame those hardships. So, in order for you to write a good essay from this type of questions, you don't have to like directly answer like, oh, the major challenges or hardships that I encountered, blah 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 blah. That's not the right way. I mean, that's a way, but that's not the right way for you to write a good essay. For me, I would personally like recall all of the challenges that I have faced especially during my high school. Jot down everything, and then also jot down what you have learned from their experiences. And the second one, describe the personal qualities that makes you a worthy recipient of the scholarship. This is like the most typical or most popular question that you will see when you're applying for a scholarship. So for personal qualities or values, try to be honest of yourself. Don't like say that, oh, I can work under pressure, but in reality you cannot. you jot down what are the personal qualities that really describe yourself. Don't lie to yourself. Be genuine and be honest. So, in short, if you're applying for scholarships that require you to write essay, understand word by word of the question because you don't want to miss out any of the words. For example, like the first question, you are into challenges and hardships, and then you forgot to write about how to overcome those hardships. And then at the end of the day, your essay is like just nothing because you don't fully answer the question. So the second part is mind mapping. I'm pretty sure that everyone is already know about, like in your high school, in your SPM days, if you're writing the essay, of course you would if you would do some bubble maps, stream maps, or scribbles to jot down all of your ideas, right? So why I include this one is because it's a very important part in your essay writing. Because if you don't mind, if you just like keep your opinions in your head, you could forget all of them. So this is why it's very important because it can show you a clearer picture of your ideas. It's basically like you writing all of your ideas onto a paper so that you won't miss out anything. And then whenever you writing down the ideas or any opinions, even like you think that is very basic or very simple, just write it down. Because as you write it down, your ideas will develop more and you will go deeper when every time you write your ideas on the paper or like on your phone or whatsoever. And then, just like I said just now, it ensures you that you won't leave anything behind. For example, like if you already get the question of the essay, like the match challenges and also how you overcome those hardships, right? You won't leave any part of the questions of the essay which can affect your essay at the end of the day. So this is why I encourage you to do mind mapping. It can be bubble map, it can be that tree diagram. It also can be just like random scribbles on the paper as long as you write down what you have on your mind. And the last thing is overarching theme. This is basically like to ensure that your opinions cover the question. What I mean by this is that when you write down what you have, what you think about the question, you won't like go beyond, like go too far from the question, or cross the border of the question. You will still be in the bubble of the question. So this is why it's important for you to do mind mapping and also to avoid you from doing repetitive ideas. So the next slide, I will show you an example of a good essay and how this person apply the overarching theme technique. So I include some of the paragraphs because the essay is quite long. So if I include all of the paragraphs, then it will take a longer time for me to explain. So as you can see, in paragraph 1, how he started the essay is by saying that after having a light-hearted chat, blah blah blah. This is basically like his future of how he sees himself in the future. So for paragraph 1, you can see like how he started his essay is by saying that he took a stroll at Harvard Yard and reminiscing about his days as a freshman, and then suddenly he heard a familiar accent break his attention as he walked past the Edinburgh Hall. So this is a very good introduction or hook for an essay. And as you can see, at paragraph 5, he answers the question of the essay by using a conversation technique. This means that in his essay, there's more than one person POV in this essay, which is very good. And this is also one of the ways for you to write your essay. It doesn't have to be like a factual essay. You can make it as your POV or a story, which I will explain more later. And then at the paragraph 7, he also answered the questions of the essay by saying that how he could contribute to the country. Like this is very indirectly, which is very good example. You don't have to say that I can contribute to the country by blah 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 blah. Instead, he said something like, as a scientist, I could conduct vaccine research and blah 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 blah, something like that. You don't have to go straightforward or go direct by answering the essay questions. You can just like slowly go, learn the readers by the flow, and that's actually a good way to write an essay. And also, I forgot to mention that this is a YK essay application. So YK usually will ask you a few questions, and it's gonna really difficult for you to answer that question because they will give you like 4 points of essay, and around like 1,000 words you have to include everything in your essay. So this is like a good example of how you want to answer all 4 questions in an essay without having to make the essay as if like it's very direct and very straightforward. So time management, start early, start now. Most essay applications have already opened, so now is the good time for you to start on constructing your essay, on brainstorming your ideas. I'm pretty sure that all of you have, or most of you have already seen the questions of the essay application, for example like YK, BNM and so on. And you already grip the ideas on what to write about it. So start now. Maybe you can start after this session or after tonight or tomorrow. Start ready because writing an essay does not take just like I say a short period of time. You need a lot of time to make sure that your essay is the best essay that you could give to the scholarship bodies and why that scholarship bodies should choose you as the recipient of scholarship. Next, drafting. And why is it important? Ideas get better at each writing process. Writing an essay doesn't mean that you have to write, you just write like, oh, you just write once and then this is the perfect essay for me. No, it doesn't look like that. Writing an essay requires you to write a lot of drafts. Many drafts are okay because practice makes perfect. There's no one like in this world like could write and perfect essay in very short period of time unless you are very 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 genius or incredible. So like most scholarship applications took around like more than a week but less than 2 weeks. So you have a lot of time to rearrange your points, to develop more ideas on your essay. So this is why drafting is more important so that your rough ideas you can see the picture of your essay. You arrange your rough ideas into making a very good essay. So this is why drafting is very important. And into the most important part of my session is creating a hook. So a hook is basically an opening statement or the first sentence of your essay. So if your hook is like very bland, like for example like my personal quality is blah, 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 blah. You just like straightforward answer the question right. You can make the readers bored with to continue reading your essay. They can be like, oh, I don't think like this essay is going where I think this essay is going down. You don't want readers to have that kind of expectation when they first read the first sentence of your essay. So this is why your first sentence of your essay is very important in making your essay the best one. So how to create a good hook, right? So we have, so here I include a few examples on how you can create a good hook. So first we have a rhetorical question. So a rhetorical question is basically a question that does not have right or wrong answer. It could be something like, is economy the key to a success country? There's no right or wrong answer, right? And then after that sentence, you could explain more about economies, more of the intended area of your study. So with the question that you inserted as your first sentence of the essay, that you can make the readers or like the managers of the YK or managers of the scholarship bodies be more excited to read, to continue reading about your essay, and you make them think like, oh, what is this essay? Why is essay is kind of like interesting? So they continue to read your essay. And then the second technique is by stating facts or statistics. So this can be tricky because you have to make sure that your facts or statistics are relevant to your topic and also valid. You can just make up any random fact. For example, like 50% of the population are blah 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 blah. You have to make sure that your facts are true, are valid in order for your readers to make macam nak meyakinkan that readers that this essay is true, and you can explain more about the facts that you stated as the first sentence. And if you want to take a risk and macam, oh, I tulis je lah any random fact, bukan je orang check pun, don't do that, because we don't know if the readers or the managers of the company are actually looking, like searching, do some research about the facts that you stated in. So it's very dangerous. And then you can also combine facts or statistics and a rhetorical question into a fun fact. Like if you want to start your essay, you could say something like, "Do you know that?" blah 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 blah, blah. And then you go on. And this is also one of the ways for you to attract your reader into reading, to continue reading your essay. And then the third technique is stories or scenes. So this is basically one of the most popular one of the most popular ways to start your essay, and this is also one of my personal favorite because I like writing essay, and when I write essay, I usually give my point of view because I feel like this is one of the easiest and also interesting way for you to start your essay because it is based on your point of view. It's based on stories, anecdote, and so on. And then strong statements. Strong statements basically you write a very short, simple but impactful sentences. For example, like medicine can cure the world, or medicine is the best cause, something like that. It doesn't have to be a lengthy sentences. Even the short and simple sentences can attract your readers to make them feel like, oh, why did the student say so? So they continue to read your essay, something like that. And then lastly, quotes. Quotes can be from famous people, singers like Taylor Swift or something like that. And it's also one of the most popular ways to start your essay. Like most students use this technique to create their hook of the essay. So, and what can I say from creating a hook? You just basically make sure that those hooks are relevant to the topics of the essay or the questions that you get from the scholarship bodies. Don't be too excited in writing your essay that you macam dah tak kisah dah pasal the topics or the questions. Make sure that your hooks are relevant to the essay questions. So that's the end of my part, and I will head on to Ida.
Thank you, Liana. So now I'll do the second part. So the second part is all about the essay, writing the essay. So we're going to talk about structuring your essay. So the first thing you must do once you get the essay prompt is to make sure you dissect the essay question, properly understand what they want, and understand what its requirements are. Because the minute you overlook something, you miss something out, then you lose the opportunity to really prove yourself, So you understand its requirements, and even if you need to highlight the question, just do so, even if you have to. So second is don't exceed the limit. So sometimes for Bank Negara, I know that there is a word limit of 600 words. YK, I think 1,000 words, and UEM, they had 2 essays and it was 300 words each. So it's very important that you guys don't exceed these limits, because if you do, they might not even consider your essay at all. Okay, it's crucial. So I haven't really heard about any scholarships with time limits. The only thing that was close to it was last year, Bank Negara. They didn't show you the essay prompt until, okay, so they basically showed you a page and they were like, once you click next,
the time limit, the timer is going to start, and you'll be shown the essay prompt. I don't know why the timer was there because it was counting upwards, but yeah, there was a timer. But you don't have to worry so much about that. Just take your time to really do the essay, do it properly, and check as many times as you need to. Third is have balance. So this is related to paragraphing. Try not to concentrate too much on one aspect of the question. So for instance, Bank Negara last year, they asked about, and I think it's similar to the question this year, they asked about your career aspirations, justify why you deserve and justify why you deserve the scholarship, and how you can contribute to the bank and the nation. So make sure for these three aspects you give equal weightage. Don't just like write a whole long paragraph about just career aspirations and slot in a few sentences about how you can help the bank, because it kind of shows that you don't really have that much ideas, because depth is really important. And the last point is about having different approaches to your essay. So this is if you want to stand out, if you want to be different. Because to prepare for this, I was reading through some of the past scholars' essays, and a lot of them wrote very similar things. Like they just went straight to the point. They talked about their experience in Coco. A lot of them talked about leadership and giving back to the world. And it was all in a very simple, basic essay format. If you really have no ideas, then you can do it that way. There's nothing wrong with that as long as you get the content down. But there are some people's essays that really stood out to me, and I feel like if you want to take a different approach, then you can really let your personality shine through in your distinct style. So can I have the next slide? Alright, so this is a sample essay. I think there are a few of the past year scholars' essays on the Notion page by Base. So this is one of them that I plucked out. So this is from one of the scholars from Bank Negara, Malaysia. So Bank Negara asked them to write an email draft that must cover two parts. The first discusses your career aspirations and how your chosen course of study will contribute to the bank and nation. The second part gives you the opportunity to explain or justify why you should be awarded a scholarship for the bank. They also stated you should give equal weight to both parts in the email, and the word limit is 600 words. So I'm not going to read the whole essay because that's going to be time consuming, but basically what this girl wrote about, she started off about her experience. And the experience was a very smaller one. It was literally just her scrolling through Twitter. Then she saw how there was people who in Malaysia who's like going through poverty, and she saw all the economical problems in the country such as inflation and recession, and therefore that sparked the interest in her to become a monetary policy analyst, because she really wanted to help these people, but she couldn't. At that time, she didn't have the knowledge and she didn't have the mobility to be able to carry out these projects, and therefore she says that that's why she wants to become she wants to study economics, because then once she becomes more knowledgeable and she builds herself, she can help the nation in a bigger way. Next, please. So that led her to having the career aspiration of doing economics. So this is the second part, and in this part she does a lot of stating her values and then stating her justification. So for this part of the essay, you can see it's about as much content as the previous essay. And she said that she deserves a scholarship from BNM because she's people driven. She didn't only state the value, she also gave justification. She said, I have a great desire to help the people and the nation, which can be seen through her involvement with an NGO, Solidarity Pendidikan, where she was made a researcher and writer to write the story of the education system issues in Malaysia. So yeah, next slide please. Okay, so this is examples of different approaches to writing the essay. So these two essays are YK essays. One is by our speaker here, Shami, who spoke earlier, and the way he wrote it was in a very unique way. He wrote his essay in a style where he had different chapters. So he had chapter 1 for his curiosity in technology, where he talked about where his inspiration came from to pursue his course. And in chapter 2, he talked about his lessons and inspirations. So the way he titled it, that's a different approach. The second one is from Melvin Cheng, who is also a YK scholar.
I think he's going to go to Stanford actually. Yeah, so this approach was very different. I don't think I saw any other scholars that did this approach. Basically, what he did was he wrote about himself 5 years into the future, where he imagined he was a Harvard University student and he was giving advice to his juniors. So in the advice, that was where he explained about what his career is. Like because YK wants you to give a description of the intended area of study and how this will benefit the country. He did all of that through explaining it to his juniors in the essay, and that's just a very unique way you want to write essay. Okay, so next. So second point about writing the essay is that you have to make sure your essay flows well. And the reason why is because first is coherency. You want to make sure that you're not jumping from one point to another so that it's easy to follow your story and easy to follow your story. And second is promote understanding. You don't want to be using flowery language because this isn't an English essay writing competition. If you're not the type of person who's that apt at expressing yourself through the English language, then it's fine if you want to get straight to the point. You don't have to write all the flowery language. Just make sure that each sentence has good weightage and each sentence has quality, especially when you're writing essays with word limits. And the third one is contradiction. So you don't want to contradict yourself. You don't want to talk about how you are a very creative person since you were a child, and then later on you want to talk about how you decided to step out of your comfort zone by joining an art competition, and that led you to realize that you're a very creative person. So yeah, don't contradict yourself. That's when planning is really important, and make sure this is you guys stick to the sample flow, which you can use your values as a theme or thesis statement. Then you have to make sure you justify, and you can justify through your experiences. And lastly, you can wrap it up by talking about how you can contribute to your nation, to the scholarship body, and to yourself. This is just a sample. There's many different ways to write, and you can even leave the contribution to your conclusion. So these are some examples of paragraphs that followed the flow. So the first one is by Shabil, and he was talking about how he found this quote after rummaging through explanations of the film Snowpiercer a few years after it premiered. And although it's kind of exaggerated, the director gives an interesting depiction of the way present-day society operates. How some wealthy people are living in excessive luxury while the poor are dying for survival. Just by looking at the streets of Kuala Lumpur, then he relates it to his own experience. So he had this small experience, it was just watching a movie, and then he relates it to a real world experience. And that's when he sees, when he's looking at the streets of Kuala Lumpur, he can already see beggars opposite a multi-billion-dollar corporation building. And through all his observations, that's when he realized that, it doesn't sit right with him. And that's why he vowed to himself one day that he's going to try and resolve this issue. And then the second one talks about is a paragraph from an essay by a girl who talks about how her value is that she's very passionate for learning, and her experience was that when she was a child, she always looked through encyclopedias, she always tried to learn from others, from her parents and everything. So she gave justification for that. Anyone? Yeah. Okay, so lastly is most scholarship essays. They usually want to see how you can contribute back to the country, or especially contribute back to the scholarship body. And that makes sense because when these scholarship bodies pick their future workers, they want to make sure that those future workers stay with them and can help to improve the company. So this next part is called Sincerely for the Country, for You, and for Myself. So this is, usually people include this in the last paragraph or in their conclusion, but you can also select pen in between your paragraphs. So firstly, for the country, scholarship bodies want someone who can think big. They look at the bigger picture and they see how they can use their skills, regardless of how small they are, to do it for the benefit of the country later on, to contribute back to the society. Whether it be something really big, like example, changing Malaysia by running for parliament, or something small, like maybe even starting an application to increase financial literacy among the youth. Both of these things are equally valuable as long as you guys give good elaboration for it. So secondly is for you, the scholarship body. You have to research the scholarship's body's mission and vision and think to yourself, do your goals and values align with theirs? What can you give back to them as well? And even if your values don't really align with the scholarship body, as long as it's something that you can agree with, even if you're, example, you want to apply for Bank Negara, but you're not that interested in monetary policy, you're like not super passionate about it, but you can kind of see yourself getting into that course, it's fine. You still apply for it because eventually later on, as you research more about the course, as you go through A levels and university life, your interests will soon begin to foster. And lastly is for yourself, where failing to get a scholarship does not equal the end of the world as well. So basically, at the end of the day, I hope that all of you guys will lead a genuine and fulfilling life. Make sure in the essays, you guys don't just lie. Okay, you guys don't lie because in the end, all the stuff you see in the essay, it will be asked later on in the interviews. You will be observed during the during the team activities, during the in the scholarship application stages later on. So please don't lie. Like seriously, every one of you have your own strengths that are that can help that seriously help you and make you unique. And honestly, the scholarship bodies they will find your strength useful as long as you're able to show them what you can bring to the table. All right, next slide. Okay, so these are some examples of paragraphs of people who wrote about their aspirations. So, example, as a chartered accountant, I can be an asset to Bank Negara Malaysia by giving insight on matters related to finance in order to come about substantial decisions. I do wish to bring a different perspective to the table by considering social consequences without compromising on profit. I believe I can contribute to BNM by giving consultation on the best business model to businesses, thus optimizing production and indirectly contributing to financial and economic stability. So you see, okay guys, don't be intimidated by the big words and how formal she sounds. You guys can even put simple sentences, just be honest, but make sure that if you guys properly research the scholarship body and know what they do and know what you might want to get yourself involved in, because they will really because it really shows to them that oh, you are genuinely interested in their course, in their company, and also even if you're not really interested in their company, you have the hard work to go through their website and to really find out what that company is about, what their mission, vision, and goals are. Yeah. So, next slide. Yeah, this is another sample. You guys can read it because I think we'll get the slides later on. Yeah. Alright, so last but not least, when you write essay, please check. So it's crucial that this is when it is crucial that you guys get the words down as soon as possible. I know writing an essay is intimidating. Even when I had to write my essay, I low-key procrastinated because I was like, okay, maybe I'll do better tomorrow when I'm in the vibe. But yeah, the vibe might not ever come. So you just have to get the words down and start somewhere, okay? Yeah, so a tip from me is to read your essay. Then after that, okay, so after you write your essay, you read it, then you take a few hours break, guys. Go do something fun, go walk, go play with your cat, go have some food, take a few hours away from the essay, and then only come back to it. Because if you try to reread it over and over and over again, your brain will get tired and you won't really be able to see how your essay can improve. Because you're already mentally exhausted and you can't contribute any more new ideas. And lastly, don't hesitate to ask your family, teachers, seniors, and friends to proofread because they may give you valuable insight that you can use to improve your essay that you may not have seen, Don't be afraid to ask them because guys, honestly, it's better to just be bold, be thick-faced, just ask them because it's better to improve your essays than regret that you hadn't asked for other people's opinions later on when you don't pass the application stage. So, yeah. That is all we have for you today. Now it's lunch break. Great. Guys, before you leave, we just have a few announcements to make. So don't leave yet.
Right after this, we're having a forum for either essays or general Q&A. And we are trying to decide whether or not to take the Q&A in the Slido first or to go over the essay forum. Because in the essay forum, we're planning on giving you guys a bit of like personal experiences in how you tackle the current prompts. Because we personally had the prompts last year, most of them were similar, YK changed a bit. Alright, so do vote on the Telegram group which one you'd like, and then we'll decide from there after lunch. And also, to those of you who bought lunch from us, your food will probably only arrive at 1:10 p.m. So you will likely have to wait outside for food. And if you want to go to the toilet or surround, it's going to you just have to ask the person that went
Welcome back, guys. How was your lunch? Okay, so we're gonna go through the final stretch of the first day. So before I start, before we start for the Q&A session, is everyone ready? Is everyone ready? Yes. Is everyone ready?
No.
So please call upon your friends, because the Q&A session is gonna be really important.
Connect all friends.
Hey, who misses their ex, bro? Bro. Yeah. Okay. You is it you?
Who's Aisha here? Who's Aisha?
Very personal question. Okay. Yeah, I miss my mother too, so like same. Okay. Okay, so like to warm you guys back up. I think it was supposed to be more than 3 people there. There we go. Okay, you know what? You guys don't remember. Sekali. Alright, one more time. Is the AC team ready? Okay. So it's gonna be a Q&A session. We're gonna start with the AC questions first. And after that, we're gonna go with just general questions. So if you guys have any questions regarding scholarship, preferably, we're gonna post relationship questions. I don't think we can answer the questions. So yeah, you can ask that, or maybe you can open up or just raise your hands up. So yeah, Shami.
Alright, hi everyone, welcome back to lunch. So now it's going to be a Q&A, and this is going to be your opportunity to ask any question that you have in mind. So Ren, you actually get this chance to ask current scholars. So we'll be doing this for the first 30 minutes. We're gonna answer essay-related questions, and we're gonna share a bit of personal experiences, some do's and don'ts. So if you have any more concerns about the essay stuff we talked about, I need you out. Like whatever you ask, we'll filter through them and choose the relevant ones. And then after 30 minutes, we're going to do general scholarship Q&A. So anything you want to ask about scholarships, be it SPM results, application, this is your time to ask. So put your questions in the Slido, and we'll go through them one by one. All right? Okay, so let's start off with the essay forum. So we have 4 of our speakers from earlier here today. And I wanted to ask you guys, right? So we talked a lot about extracurriculars and writing about them, right? But say for some people, you guys are really like, you did a lot of stuff in high school. How do you choose the extracurricular that you actually want to write about in your essay? Should it be like the most top high one, like, oh, I was the president of this, I was the president of that? Or like, how should you sort of diversify the ECA that you choose? Because you can't write everything, right? Some essays have word limits, some are really short. So how do you choose the few that you actually want to use in your essays? So we'll go one by one. Let's start off with Aaron first.
So, hi everyone. About the topic of which ECAs to choose when you're writing your essay, I would say I have a decently unique position on this because I didn't take a lot of essay space to talk about my ECAs because it was honestly just a personal preference for me to not dump all of my ECAs in my essays because personally, just to me, I always saw like the personal statement or the application essay as a way for you to portray your abilities or your personality in a way that doesn't really seem as if you're trying to brag about yourself. Because to me, I think resume or whatever ECAs I submitted in the application was enough for me, right? But I also did somewhat choose a few ECAs to talk about, but I only used it when it was relevant to do so. So when I was writing my essay, I focused first on my themes, on my moral values, and I only used the ECAs when it directly made a fit. For example, when I was talking about my journey to discovering why I was interested in pursuing law, what I did first was I argued that one of the reasons is that because it suits my skill set, right? And I mentioned debate, but the thing is I didn't mention any of the championships or nationals I've won, whether like even though it was a big championship, whether I won first or not, like I didn't mention at all because it's something they can already see in my resume, right? Like I just felt like it would be very jarring to include that in my essay. So what I did instead is I drew a key takeaway from that experience. What I drew from that key experience, like joining these debates, right? Not even mentioning that it was a championship, nationals, or anything. I drew a key takeaway where I mentioned that I realized that one of my strengths is that I'm able to simplify any type of complex concept in very, very simple words, which makes it easy for laymen to understand, which is something that is really important, especially when you're pursuing law, or especially when you're seeking a career in the legal field, especially when you're working with clients. Because when you're working with clients, these are people with essentially little to no knowledge in the law. So what you're supposed to do is, as a lawyer or a legal advisor, your job is to simplify complex legal ideas and convey them in the simplest way to your client. And this is exactly what I mentioned in my essay. So I hope it is clear to you how I translated my experience in a certain ECA without looking as if I'm trying to brag too much, while at the same time trying to connect it to my overall theme, moral value, or reason as to why I chose my course. Yeah, I think that's from me. You guys want to chime in?
Okay, I'll talk about my essay. Okay, so how does one choose what to talk about? Okay, so for me, I was involved in a lot of extracurriculars back in high school, but when it came to writing my essay, I only picked one really big commitment, which I was involved in since I was 14 up to when I was 17, which is this charity organization called Hands for Education. I don't know if you guys know about it. It was started by my senior lah, so it's pretty new. Yeah, but because that time I applied for UEM, PNB, and Banagara. So all the essays were kind of similar, so I kind of used the same ECA for all of it, which is the charity organization. So I will take my Banagara essay as an example. I talked about Hands for Education and specifically one of the projects that we did, which was we helped to distribute care packages filled with masks and hand sanitizer to a low-income housing area in Kota Damansara. And from that, I talked, because I was head of the project that time. So I basically talked about, I think I wrote like the whole paragraph was almost all about that experience and how I learned to deal with people and how it was tough. Like there were a lot of difficulties, but in the end, I learned that to be a good leader, you have to not be the boss of everyone, but to make sure that everyone can rise along with you. So I really emphasized on that in my essay, and in my second paragraph, because they were asking about career aspirations, I said that due to my experience in Hands for Education, plus my love for math since I was young, that led me to become interested in becoming a finance analyst. So yeah, that's how I really focus on just one extracurricular. Then at the bottom, I kind of wanted to include it. I kind of included a bit more from other notable CCAs. So I think I included like three. One was in the Queen's Commonwealth essay competition, and I said that from that I learned to just like not give up because I learned to be like more creative. And then another ECA was tennis MSSD, and that's when I said that I didn't give up because despite it being during the COVID era and motivation was low, I just kept going, and that enabled me to that allowed me to persevere. So yeah.
Thank you, Ira. Sorry, I think I need to add two more things because I felt like my answer was a little bit incomplete. So the first thing that I'm gonna add is I would actually encourage you guys to not only give examples from your ECAs, but also to talk about your daily experiences. I think I've touched upon this in my presentation just now, but like for real, I think it's totally okay to take any type of like random daily occurrence from your life and try to draw a key takeaway from that. So like one thing that I mentioned in my essay was it wasn't a situation where I had a position or anything. It was literally just a situation where two parties were in conflict. It can literally be from any type of conflict within your friend group. Like I just talked about it, about how as a person who seeks to be objective and rational in my decision making calculus, I just personally am always the mediator between disputes. And this was a recurring theme throughout the entirety of my essay. So essentially, I think that as long as you can drill home a singular or like maybe like 2 points or two key themes, I think it's great. And I think it's okay, totally fine, if you use ECAs or if you use events that don't seem like that big, right? Second thing that I'm gonna add is maybe it's also a good thing if if you personally just like include your experience in passion projects or ECAs that aren't very straightforward in your resume. For example, for me, one of the ECAs that I personally felt like I did expand on, I included that in my essay because I felt like from the resume I sent in, it just wasn't enough information in the resume, and that's why it was important to include in my essay. So what it was I was the editor-in-chief of Chimalan.org, which is an editorial magazine that started in 2019, the exact year when I stepped up to become editor-in-chief. So essentially, I was in this position of power for 3 years because it was something that was very, very new. But the thing was, I felt like it was important to expand on this because of what exactly I did, because we included a lot of like webinars that essentially made our viewership a nationwide viewership, which is very important for me to insert into the ECA because it wasn't something that you could just like automatically give from the resume itself. So yeah, three main takeaways from what I just mentioned. Number one, it's totally okay to use random daily occurrences as a justification for your arguments. Number two is try to expand on DCAs that aren't straightforward from your resume. And number three, you don't have to brag. Like your resume can sometimes be enough, especially if it comes to competitions. Yeah, that's it.
Alright, moving on to the next question. Also, I would appreciate if everyone could just ignore the recent questions that pop up. Yeah, there's some weird stuff in there. But the next question that I think a lot of people have in mind is, what if I don't have enough ECAs? Guys? You see some people around you, or like some scholars, who are like the president of 3 clubs, and they started an NGO, and they did a lot of things in the high school. But what if you were just like a normal student, like you did your own thing, you studied for SPM, and you might not have enough ECAs to talk about in your resume and in your essay. I'd like to share a bit about myself. About I actually went through the same feeling, and because I thought that ECAs was just what you could register for your PAJ SK mark after. But that's very, very far from the truth. ECAs is actually compromising so much. It's not just club positions. Club positions is a very small part of ECA, but some of the things that I personally included in my essay, in my interviews, was my experience flying flight simulators. And it would be like, what on earth? This guy talked about ECA and is flying a flight simulator. But that was ECA for me because I spent a lot of time doing it and I was really passionate about it. And I learned, and through flying flight simulators, I learned perseverance, I learned problem solving, I learned so many different skills that I elaborated. So it doesn't have to be a clear cut, okay, I ada bakat ni, I buat kerja. It can be anything that you wanted to do. Even if you read a book that inspired you, funny story, I brought a book to my YK interview to show my interviewer, and I also explained the main takeaways from the book. It was an Arabic literature book from like 100 years ago. But just be you, be authentic. So like I think now more scholarship providers, because everyone else out there in Malaysia, with all these ambitious students, they're just chasing a lot of these like common stereotypical decisions. But if that's not authentic to who you are and how you want to spend your time and what you want to do, just talk about yourself, like the things that you do, whether you help a cat in your neighborhood or you decided to start a study group in your school. Any small action that you took that shows your personal values is actually very valid.
So honestly though, I feel like in terms of essays, what Shami said is really true. Like I agree to what he says because like you could just elaborate on anything in the essays and anything would be valid. But in terms of application wise, because like most scholarships they have parts where you have to put your ECAs and whatnot. I mean it is kinda like off life, like you don't have enough. But honestly you don't have to have too much. Because sometimes like YK I remember we had like file format kind of like 1.5 MB or something. So no way you want to put like 100 or 50 of your cocoa certs all into one. And at the end of the day, when you look back at your 50 certs or whatnot, you'll find that a lot of them are quite redundant, like some online events or whatnot. I mean, as long if you learn something from that, that's cool. But usually you just pick the ECAs that actually make you learn something out. And then for in terms of essay wise, you could do like what Shami did, like you went to flight simulation, hold a cat and whatnot, and just elaborate a lot on that and show your values, show your aspirations and whatnot through those activities that you have done.
For me, in my opinion, if you don't have enough ECA, then that's alright because I also included in my essay that I'm a person who likes to try something new. So I explain in the essay like what are the activities the new activities that I tried during like after my SPM or during my high school days. So it doesn't if you don't have enough ECAs, then it's okay. Try to find about yourself like what you learn throughout your days as a student. Like there must be something that you learn, there must be something that you involve in, so use that opportunity to mention in your essay and try to relate those opportunities to your personal values or to the topic of the essay. So it doesn't mean that if you have like 50 positions that you hold during high school, it doesn't mean that you will get a scholarship. If you are like intelligent enough to explain those personal qualities or the activities that you tried as a student in your essay, then your essay will be as good as the others that have like high positions during high school.
Alright, moving on to the next question. What did you guys write in your major challenges part? So based on my knowledge, there's no scholarship question essay that specifically asks for major challenges. Oh, I see. Alright. Thank you, Sarah. So this year's YK has a major challenges part, but I think this question is also common for your interviews. So yeah, interesting to hear. So I think like major challenges is like what you face and what you try to.
I mean, first of all, you have to think of the challenge, right? So honestly, this kind of question, even during interview, it took me a while. I would like just stare at the, because my interview was online, and I would just stare at the screen and say, oh, I wonder. And then it took me a while to think, like, look back to my 4 or 5 years, because to me, because honestly, I don't really have good memory retention. So I usually just look back at the previous year or the previous few months. And I'll look at like my presidential punya position and tengok lah macam tengok lah macam like if I had faced any challenges before, and from there you could tell like macam I had this editor, like I told them I was this editor for this editorial board or something, and my challenges was, let's say, just contoh, it was hard for me to contact with my groupmates. So I feel like this kind of questions, what's important is not what you face, but most importantly is, most often is just how you faced it, and after how you faced it, you tell them, oh, did I successfully like resolve the problem or not? And if you fail, it's totally fine. You just have to tell them like what you learned from that and what you could do to improve afterwards.
Okay, I don't think that my essay directly tackles a setback or a challenge. Rather, I did use a setback or a challenge as an example of why I have a certain personal value. Would you guys mind if I read out like a part of my essay? Oh, you would mind. Okay. So I will read it, okay? This is the beginning of my essay. My childhood revolved around picking sides. Who's right? Your father or your mother? A neglectful man unable to provide, or a stifling perfectionist? Put on the spot, I would lower my head down and meekly hold my tongue. At the time, there was no concise answer. There would be no way to appease either of them without someone feeling dissatisfied. And then I talked about how the law changed things. And I also directly linked that to why it was so important for me to have the personal value of objectivity, rationality, and logic when I make decisions. So essentially, it was a setback that I didn't directly have anything to do with it, but I did learn from it. I did develop a key personal value from it. And moving on, how I expanded on that is I mentioned about how important justice was to me. So what that looks like is basically I connected my personal value of objectivity to justice, which is an important and a very large part of law, right? So I also expanded on that with my entire example of being the mediator in arguments, because essentially that's how I sought justice, by giving people a chance to settle disputes in a very fair manner. And then that's how I used a setback to explain my personal values, and then to also explain the connection with my course of interest.
Alright, so I just want to bring up something really short. So for major challenges, I just remembered that during my Bank Negara interview, they actually asked me about the major challenge I faced heading the project I wrote in my essay. And to be honest with you guys, I did not answer that well. Because to be honest, when I was in the organization, there were already a lot of very messy issues. So during the interview also, I kind of went mind blank because when I was preparing for the Bank Negara interview, I was so focused on, okay, researching Bank Negara, what are their goals, what do they do, researching my course, finance, accounts, economics, what's it about, in case they ask me any economical questions about my course. But at the end of the day, all they asked me was literally the stuff in my essay. So this is just some advice to you guys, don't forget what you wrote in your essay, and make sure, if you're going to prepare for your interview, make sure you really reflect back on the essay and you're clear about what you wrote, because there's a high chance they're going to ask you about it. Yeah, lesson.
Yeah, I mean, I had that actually, because I remember writing about prosthetics in my essay, and they actually came, during the final interview, they asked me, okay, in this essay, because the prosthetic thing is just a one-liner in the essay, right? Out of this length of 300 words essay, I only have one line that says prosthetic, and they chose that sentence and they asked, oh, tell us about your plans for the prosthetic arm thing. So, oh, okay. But to me, it was okay because I was prepared for that. Even during the essay time, like when writing, I highlighted that part so that I could research it before the interview. So my point is that remember what you write now. If you write something like that, then research about it. So during the interview, I could answer the question like really nicely because I researched about like prosthetics and like the cost of prosthetic and whatnot, just to prepare for the answer. And I just got the question and just give them the answers.
So I think like, the key point here is that whatever you write in the essay might come up again. Sarah, do you want to add on?
Sorry guys for barging in a little, but I do have like a bit of input on the major challenge essay because just for like insider information, I had to write your essay as a sample essay to be submitted to IK. I think it should be legal to tell you guys this, but then I knew the essay questions even before the portal opened. And so I think what's different from our year was that we talked a lot about course choices. That's why like the sessions before this covered okay what choices of course should you apply for, because most of our essays had to revolve around that choice. But the major change with YK this year is that I think they're trying to benefit more people that actually did go through a lot of major hardships in their life, and they're trying to find people that were like that could persevere through a lot of their hardships. And I think that's the major goal of YK for this year. But so there are two types of students technically that are applying for YK. One is you actually really need this scholarship, and YK will probably be on your only chance if you're a high achiever from an underrepresented background. And if you're someone out there that really did have these major challenges in their life, they like say it was orphaned or like had to fend for the family because the parents weren't there for the siblings. Something like that will make like a really compelling story. But say if you're a student who was from a normal family, middle income background or something, what do you actually write if you don't have major trauma in your life? Because you can't trauma down, right? It's wrong to do that because you probably didn't go through as bad of trauma compared to others in Malaysia. So what do you write? I'd say my take on this is to write about interpersonal skills. If you are someone who struggles a lot with talking in the crowd, maybe you can write about that. Your major challenge throughout high school, for example, what I wrote was about how I would not be able to finish my debates because 8 minutes was a long time for me last time. And I would only end at 1 minute or something. So that was like a major challenge for yourself. It doesn't have to compare to others. You don't really need to compare your major challenge with others. So how do you tie the major challenge to an experience that is important and meaningful? That's the first prompt, right? And the second prompt is how have you contributed to your community? And the fourth one being how will your education play a role in your career? So how do you tie all these four prompts that are like almost starkly different into one major theme just so that your essays are coherent? I'd say that from your major challenge, say what you can contribute to your community. If it applies, if there's something that's really similar, if you're trying to build interpersonal skills, say your contribution was to teach your juniors about how to build these skills, then that can be something that you can write about to just tie it together. And also, what was the experiences that was meaningful? Maybe you can talk about the experience of you overcoming certain challenges that you were facing. That is something that you can write about to tie it into your major challenge part. And lastly, how will your education play a role in your career? You can also talk about how you can sort of segue into like saying this major challenge has probably changed my life for the better, and like maybe somehow you can tie it together with your course or your education in the future, and how maybe YK will be able to help you overcome that challenge, as well as the fact that maybe you will be able to contribute to the community in terms of alleviating problems that are
affecting your community and the people around you that you think you should talk about? Because we know currently in Malaysia there are certain issues that only pertain to certain parts of the country. Say major pollution issues in rural areas, those types of problems can only be represented by the people that are in that area. So if you're someone who wants to fight for that, I think that's a good example if you want to include. And if you can tie it all together, it'll make a really, really nice essay. Okay, sorry for being long.
Okay, Sarah. Okay, the next question is quite a cool question. How do I let my personality shine through? First of all, don't use ChatGPT. Bad idea to use ChatGPT to write your essay. But I like to hear from Diana.
So, in my opinion, how do you let your personality shine in your essay, right? So think about all of your personalities, like which personalities that really help you throughout your years, especially as a student. For example, like for me, my personality that helped me throughout my high school years is probably becoming a confident person, because when I was in Form 1, I have little problems of being a confident person. So throughout the high school years, I tried to build my own confidence by joining debate competitions, debate training, and I can see that by joining this type of competition really helped me to stand out and also helped me to be able to speak in front of a lot of people. So try to recall back what personalities that has helped you throughout your life as a student or as a person as a whole, because if you want to choose personal qualities, there's a lot of personal qualities that you can include in your essay, but you don't have like to list out like 100 personal qualities in your essay in order for you to attract the scholarship bodies to choose you. No, it's not like that. It's just that you choose the best personal quality that you have. For example, like are you confident, or are you like a brave person, a hardworking person? Choose like top 3 personal qualities and include that in your essay. And those top 3 must be the qualities that really help you to build yourself into becoming a better person, because by doing this you can explain more in your essay on how that type of personal quality help to shape you into who you are today. So I think that's my take on this question.
Alright, so this is the last question for the essay section. We kind of hinted at about this just now. How do you talk about your accomplishments and things you did without coming off as like so bold or braggy? Where are you coming? With anyone? Yeah, I guess like without being braggy, first of all, don't name drop. Like don't just like drop certain names of people like things that you did. Because that doesn't really show your character, it doesn't show your value. That's start just showing off. Right? So don't name drop and don't like just name drop. So every time you talk about an ECA, tie it together with the value as mentioned before, right? And be intentional about where you put your ECA slot. If you want to have like a certain flow, if you realize that you want to move from this team to that, you can use your ECA to correlate to that. Don't put the ECA in your essay for the sake of putting it. Because you always have your resume, remember, and you might have an opportunity to talk about it in an interview. So use your essay to really tell your story yourself and your narrative. So don't name drop in your essay. Anyone has so everyone wants to add on the question before this about challenges.
Okay, I'm going to repeat the previous question because we're done with like that last question, right? The previous question was about how do you make sure that your personality shines in your essay, right? I just wanted to add on. I think that if you are truly passionate and if you are truly authentic and genuine, it just speaks in your writing style. I think that people often get into this trap of trying to be too formal, too rigid, because they want to impress the scholarship bodies. But to me, I think it's totally fine to just, especially in your first few drafts, just write the way you feel about the things you do. Especially if you are going to be talking about these CAs, or if you are going to be talking about experiences, or if you are going to be talking about those specific traits that you love about yourself, just be free. Just don't restrict yourself when you're writing because honestly, the enemy of creativity is fear. So I think to like if you want a personal anecdote from me on like how I did this was I'll just share like a short a short part of my essay, which was the ending. And personally, I felt a bit scared to put this in because sebenarnya macam cringe sikit lah. But like to me, I felt like it just suited my personality a lot, so I wanted to add it in anyway. I am no one to the rest of the world. My talents are dime a dozen. However, I have strong ideals and I'm confident in everything that I do. So, dear Yas and Hazana, am I fit enough for you? Okay, that kind of rhymes now that I'm thinking about it, but one part of myself that I wanted to portray in this, no, actually, I think I conveyed it better in the middle part of my essay was that one personality trait that I really loved about myself is that I'm willing to explore new ideas and do things in a very unorthodox or non-traditional manner. So, okay, one type of kind of creative way that I use to really emphasize my story of self or to re-emphasize the values that I have was during my last interview. I wanted to prove that actions speak louder than words. So I wanted to prove that whatever I mentioned in my essay was right, that I am someone who will always try to do things in a very unorthodox manner. So during the interview, when they asked me to introduce myself, I sang. So, I mean, to me, it felt like a very risky thing to do because when you're thinking interview, right? You're thinking like very serious, very much back and forth. No, not back and forth conversation. You're thinking very rigid type of conversation. But to me, I just wanted to make the interviewers feel comfortable with me because that's something that I seek within conversations with people, right? So I just wanted them to enjoy my performance, so I just did that. So yeah, that's just one way of trying to be creative with using your essay not only as an application essay, but also as a way to reaffirm your personal values during interviews. So yeah, thank you.
Alright then, thank you everyone. Just on the last note about writing essays, right? It's like a recap of everything we've covered. This is your chance. You are going to only apply to scholarships this one time in your life, and your essays is gonna allow you to stand out. The people like Kazana, the people like Shell, wherever you're applying, not Shell, VM or Negara, they're going to be reading hundreds and hundreds of essays. And so if you want them to remember you, be authentic. Have your wow factor, right? And don't try too hard to have a wow factor because then it comes out as fake. Have a wow factor that's really authentic to who you are. And whatever idea comes across, I saw a question in the slider which, sorry I can't find your question right now, but it was, can I include Quran and Hadith in my essay? I mean, if you see that it's Siswai and it's appropriate to your context, I don't see a reason why not. So just do the things that feel normal to you. Yeah. Does anyone have any last words on essays to talk about?
So this is just my personal tip. In order for you to write a good essay, be honest with yourself. Don't lie to yourself. Because if you lie to yourself, just like what the others have mentioned just now, those kind of questions could be brought back again when you are being interviewed at the end of the stage. So what can I say is just be honest, just tell them the story of your life, that why do you want the scholarship, explain them from down deep down in your heart, why do you want the scholarship? Be honest, be genuine, and just show that you are passionate about the scholarship that you want.
Alright, okay, thank you everyone. That is the end of the essays forum. So now we'll be moving on to the general Q&A forum. So, so for this part, we found some really interesting questions that we sort of wanted to help and go through some. Yeah. So I'm actually going to call out some speakers from the crowd, from the scholars that we have here, who I think are relevant to which one? Yeah. So I'm going to call upon PI to talk about the question. So I'm going to call upon PI to talk about the question of, what if your SPM results aren't that great as some of the others? How can you go about that? Okay. Hi everyone. To be honest, the thought that your SPM results are not as incredible sometimes haunts the scholars in front of you. It sometimes haunts everyone to begin with. You're not alone in this thinking. So that's the first thing that I want to preface, is that sometimes even the strongest people, the smartest people that you imagine, your seniors, you might have some of few alumni names on top of your head that you see have done very good things. Trust me, all of them had one point of their time or their life, they thought that their results aren't satisfactory. So that's what I want to get out first, which is that knowing that you're not alone. But then the question here becomes, if your results aren't that great, how do you face this? One is that my first answer would be is the mentality aspect of it, which is that knowing that in Islam you have this term rizki, right? But in other faiths you have it differs. But it is this faith, knowing that all the things that are meant for you will come to you. With the condition that you work the best for it, okay? So the moment if you see your results and feel like that results aren't that impressive compared to your friends next to you, don't feel that way. Understand that everyone has their own phases and you will have your own as well. Matter of fact is actually your results right now might even be satisfactory, but you don't see it yet. Second, the factual answer. So you might see a lot of scholarship bodies have put their standards a bit high, which is 8 classes / solids, right? That's majority of scholarship bodies. But do not lose faith. There are some scholarships that are more lenient, and actually there are still more doors open that you need to walk in to begin with. So one is, for example, and a very good example of this is YTP. If you scroll to YTP infographics right now, if you search on Safari, you can see that there are conditions for medic, for your conditions for any courses, it's a bit more lenient than your regular scholarship bodies. So you can see around 7 minus, 6 minus with a condition that your MS is B+. So although you didn't get straight A, know that you have doors still open. So do not close your eyes, because then that's when you don't walk in. So that's why I want to answer to this question of this belief that your results aren't that spectacular. The truth is, you guys went through SPM and that is spectacular in and of itself. Alright?
Such a quiet hall. God okay. This topic is kind of personal to me, but it's about the results, right? So, like you can see like the mentality of it, like what he said, and I agree. Yeah, yeah, there you go. And like the risky as well, yes, I agree 100%. Because what matters more than what's on the paper is what in your mind, what's in your heart, right? So my answer, as someone who also to achieve minimum requirement for some scholarships, just go for it. You want to know why? Because as much as you want to say that I didn't pass the minimum requirement, nanti tak boleh apply and everything. But like you don't know your chances. In a sea of straight A's and normal essays, what if they see someone who got 7 A's but with the exceptional essay? Yes, the rules are in place, but it's not like an do you guys take ASK? No, it's not like a if or kind of like command. It's not like if one doesn't occur, the other one doesn't occur. No, requirements is like a checklist. So let's say out of person A and person B, person A got 6 out of 7 check, and person B got 6 out of 7 check also. It doesn't mean that both of you are like kicked out because none of you got 7 out of 7, right? It's a requirement, but it's not. Someone know English? Final, yeah, thank you. So, like, just apply. One of the things I applied that got rejected for was TNB. Okay? When I clicked apply for TNB, it said, minta maaf, keputusan SPM adalah tidak memerasakan. I was so pissed. I was at work, macam belakang cashier, macam, tak lepas man. It's okay. Because that experience actually develops you as a person. In life, you will face rejection. Be it your ex, be it your crush, be it scholarship bodies, you're gonna reject you. So like those things, it will shape into a better person. But I say go for it. You don't know. Maybe you got 7 days, but you're gonna get YK. We don't know. Because in a sea of where everyone is special, someone is normal is just equally special, right? Just like your essay. If everyone has a something traumatic happens to them, but you don't have it, doesn't that make you more special? In a sea of irregularity, a regular thing is special. In a sea of diamonds, a gold is special, right? So yeah, I saw another question. It says that I got 4 A's and 4 B's. What can I apply for? Stop closing your mind into like only a few scholarships. There are plenty scholarships out there. One of the ones I love was the STAR scholarship because it has a medicine scholarship. So the STAR scholarship, the minimum requirement was like 6 or 7 A's. But he said, I got 4. Yeah, just go try it. Just go ahead and try. 4 to 6 is closer than 4 to 8, right? So, like, there's steps to the game, and there's way to game the game. But at the end of the day, if you don't try, you don't know. If you guys think that, oh, I'm a failure because I didn't get straight A's, no. You're not near misses, you're not failures, you're just one step away from success. And to gain success, you need to get that step. And that step might be a big step. That step, and that big step might be you applying to a scholarship, but you don't know your chances. Only God knows your chances, or like only the universe knows your chances. So my answer is just go for it lah. There's nothing wrong with it. One more thing I saw was another one involving the results. It says that I got 9 A's but 2 A minus. Can I apply for Petronas? Yeah, can. I don't see what's the problem. Because again, they want 8 A's, A pluses and A's. But let's say you got 9 and 2 A minus, and the course you're applying and your subject is better than some other people. Let's say.
The question was also, do I stand a chance?
Oh hell, you do stand a chance. Stop doubting yourself. Like a wise man once said, just do it. So, Petronas, yeah. There's a way for you to like apply for scholarships. I used to do it, which is like try to get like courses that people don't want to go. When I applied for medicine, this is for like the aspiring doctors out there. When you apply for medicine, most people are going to go to only 1, 2, or 3 universities for estimate. Everyone wants to go to everyone wants to go to RCSI. Everyone wants to go to UDCAT RCMP. So who wants to go to Taylor's for medicine? You think, but there's always a slot open, right? Yeah, that's like strategies you can take. Let's say you're applying for YK. Who is going to apply for bioinformatics? I applied for it because I know no one can apply for it. But those are strategies I developed for myself. You guys can develop your own. But the takeaway here is to never doubt yourself. The ace is not important. What is important is you. Scholarship doesn't select robots, it selects people, and people differ. So, it doesn't matter if you think you're a coal or a diamond or a ruby or an emerald. All minerals matter.
Thank you for the motivational speech, then. Very unique. The requirements you're like on a level, so don't be so yourself up because you never know the chance. Next up, we talked about aspirations and ambition studies. This question kind of popped out to my eyes. Is it okay to lie about your ambition since I'm not really that clear on what I'm interested in? Okay.
Thank you, Shami. Alright, so is it okay to lie about your ambition if you are not really that clear on what you're interested in the most? Long answer short, yes. So what you gotta do if you do this is that you have to make it clear that you are passionate about something, right? So because if you make it clear that you're a bit of like a oh, I kind of like econs, or like, oh, I kind of like data science, then there's no way that anyone's gonna really believe that you will want to contribute back to them. So the main thing to understand here is that, for example, in my situation, I did not really, I don't love econs. I actually don't like econs, but I applied for scholarships that offered for econs. So the thing is, you have to do your research, because if you're not clear on your ambition, and it's okay to not be clear on your ambition because you just want to try your hand at getting a scholarship, right? So make sure that you do your research beforehand, because honestly, if you do your research and then you even find like one part of econs like remotely like, okay, this kind of looks interesting, but you don't like econs as a whole, try to expand on that when you explain why you like econs, even though you don't actually like econs. So what I did, for example, in the Bank interview, when I actually didn't like econs, but I managed to convince everyone that I love econs, I felt like I was too good at convincing other people that I liked courses that I didn't actually like, to the point where I accidentally convinced myself at one point saying that, hey, actually econs is not that bad. And I actually looked at it and I was like, do I really want to look at numbers for the rest of my life? That kind of thing, you know? So if like you can think about like whether you like it later, but in order to secure that scholarship first, it's important to do your research, find something like that you can kind of latch yourself onto, so that when they ask you like, okay, why economics? Then you say like, for example, in Bangalore, you can talk about centralized currency. So there's, like in my interview, I talked about how central banks did have a role to play in the future of cryptocurrencies, because right now we have decentralized cryptocurrencies, but there was a possibility of having centralized cryptocurrencies, and my role as an economist, as a possible future economist, is to ensure that the accessibility to that cryptocurrencies, to those centralized cryptocurrencies, is going to be available for people, especially people who are in the under the poverty line. Because if these people are not even like, if they don't even have access to general technology, how can we expect them to assimilate into central cryptocurrencies, right? Instead of traditional like money. So in that case, that was the thing that I latched myself onto, like that particular aspect of econs. So find something that you can expand a lot about, so which means that do a lot of research about that, and hopefully if you do successfully secure a scholarship, maybe that tiny piece of information will actually grow into a genuine interest. So yeah, you don't really like try not to lie about your ambition, but worst comes to worst, because like sometimes people like you really need a scholarship, right? No matter how interested you are in something, sometimes financial issues will come first compared to your interest. So that is when it's okay for you to somehow not lie about your ambition, but manipulate it a little bit. Yeah, I think that will be my general answer to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Keely. This next question was quite interesting. Is it crucial to align your passion project with the course you're applying to? I'll quickly take this one. I would say no, it's not crucial, because passion projects grow your soft skills and your knowledge as an individual. So if you find something that you're really interested in, just go for it. Maybe you'll end up liking that thing more. So I say, don't limit yourself by a course, but you're free to explore. But Nasrin, would you like to add one more to this?
Okay, on to the question of, is it crucial to align your passion project with the course that you're applying to? Okay, for me personally, I applied to the course of electrical engineering, but I tried to find the middle ground of what's like a passion project that I wanted to pursue. So for me, for example, okay, the passion project that I chose to pursue was to make a podcast. And this podcast aimed to like instill growth in like among youth about self-growth. So like I tried to find like the middle ground between engineering and like the podcast that I wanted to start. And the middle ground that I found for this was like I wanted to make a change. Since engineers are essentially innovators which will make a change in the community, I tried to align that with the passion project that I wanted to pursue. So my advice for you all that want to pursue a passion project, if it isn't necessarily related to your course, you should find something in it, like the passion project that you want to pursue, like that has a common ground with the course that you are going to apply to. So I think that's all for my advice.
Alright, okay. Next question. This might be something that a lot of people struggle with.
Hey, Wong. Ajak, ada orang nak upload.
Sorry guys, just give us another second. Now we'll start the questions.
I think I can answer that question.
Ya, bagi
I think I can answer that question. That one. Oh, it's gone. Suspension. Yeah, I have experience now.
Nice, cameraman.
Hi everyone. Sorry? Okay, so a quick answer to that question. There was a question that asked, can I apply for scholarships or will I get rejected from scholarships if I get suspended? The answer is, no, you won't actually. Because I myself have some sort of experience with school where I was suspended for a few months and it actually doesn't really affect you. As long as you make reprimands for it, as long as you make amends for it, because I was actually asked about this in my interview with my manager because I mentioned it in my essay. So for me, it's sort of like a personal growth milestone, I guess. But if you did get suspended, I advise you to not mention it. Yeah. Okay, so Shami, the next question. Yeah, thank you guys.
Don't promote and happen here.
I don't know why.
Oh, did any of you guys get
on mic.
Did any of you guys get scholarships through connections or cables?
No.
Yeah. Just for Petronas, there is an option for you to include whether your parent knows of Petronas or not. We have no idea whether this actually affects the application process. We assume not. But no, generally we do not get scholarships through connections and cables. Everyone has to go a similar route through all 5 stages. There is actually a marking scheme that they use to actually evaluate whether a person gets past the stages. So yeah, it's a very This question was quite interesting. Can you explain on what stage of each? Can you explain the YK executive stages? Faris, do you want to quickly go through the YK stages?
Thank you, Shami. Right. So the YK stages, if I remember correctly, there's 5 stages. The first one is tests, and it's on mathematics and
Application.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So I guess the first one technically is the part where you go to the YK portal, you search on Google. Starting from stage 3. Oh, okay. Wait, what's the question? I didn't really get the question.
First kan. Oh, dah.
Wait, is the question changing? Okay.
Good.
Okay, so basically for interviews, right? The first part where you actually have to be interviewed for YK is when you have to go to Mardia Hotel. Oh yeah, it might change. But the thing is, most likely it's going to be group projects, and then one-on-one after that, and then after that is more one-on-ones, and then after that more one-on-ones. And then as you get through the stages, you will get to more, how do you say, more higher ups. You're going to be interviewed by more higher ups people. So in the end, you're going to be interviewed by trustees. At the start, you're going to be interviewed by alumni of YK. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Faris. Apologies for the bit of messiness as we do a live Q&A, right? So able to track the questions as we go. But I kept on seeing a lot of questions about certification. The first thing that we talked about this morning about verified certificates, and also what happens if you don't have certificates. And as in, if you lose your certificates, how can you sort of prove that you actually went through this? But now.
As long as anything that is printed, you have to get it certified. So in other words, yes, you have to get the certificates certified. Okay, so let's say you lost your certificate, you can talk about it in your essay. Like, what's your experience when you participated in the competition or the event? It doesn't have to be like a proof or a certificate. You know what I mean? Yeah.
All right, thank you, Fiona. Next question. If I really can't decide on a course, should I choose different courses for different scholarships? I'd say this is a bit of a dangerous approach, right? But if you really can't decide on a course, because you're not sure which scholarship that you're going to get at the end of the day, things are really uncertain. And what if you get a scholarship for a course that now you really don't like, right? But I guess if you're really desperate and you think diversifying here is the best option, then I say go for it. You can diversify your courses. I know that different people, scholar groups has also applied for different courses throughout scholarships.
What's that?
Alright, okay, I'm going to go. This is the last 10 minutes in our Q&A. So I'm just going to speed run some of these questions, the ones that I find interesting. Can I reuse my essays from multiple other scholarships like PNB lah, YK? I'd say you can reuse your main ideas in the main prompts, tapi ikutlah soalan tu, like if they clearly ask about something, that is what you should answer. You'll be able to figure out that if you copy and paste here and there. But if it does make sense to the essay, I think are able to. But the best approach would be to writing unique ones for each side. There's another one. I don't really see myself as a people person. How do I give back to the community? This is not really, I guess, like in terms of scholarship, I know that we talk a lot about community building and helping others, but if that's not you don't have to force that value on yourself, right? So I say just talk about whatever you did actually do in your high school. You don't have to lie. You don't have to make it seem like you did help people. But if you are interested to do so, then there's a lot of opportunities to do that after you get a scholarship. This is quite interesting. Is it okay to talk about mental health or personal issues during your essays, in your essays and during your interviews? Hey, Jess, do you want to take this?
First of all, chat, chill, please. Okay, so writing about mental health, for me, it could be a double-edged sword because sometimes it may come off as self-victimizing, if that makes sense. Because of course you want to take the admissions officer's attention, make them notice your essay and whatnot, but sometimes it can be also bad if you overly exaggerate your mental health. I mean, it could be like one day you spilled your popcorn in the movie and then you wrote a whole essay about it thinking how you were depressed after that, but I don't think that's a good way to go about it because then it would seem like you're just a very dramatic person. But what's good about writing about your mental health struggles is if you, and I hope you do, if you make it out of it a better person, it would help a lot in writing your essays, especially for those questions where they ask you about some major challenges and self-development. So it really depends. If you feel like it's suitable and it really fits the context of the question you're trying to answer, I think that go for it. Just don't sound overly tragic or something. I don't know. Just make sure you're honest with yourself and if you write something that's very close and personal to you, I'm sure that your essay will turn out great. So that's it.
thank you, Ajas. I also saw some comments. I don't know if these were true questions, but some people were talking about breakups and writing them for essays and interviews. I'd say if you actually have a valid reason to articulate it, you learned something through it, and you really want to write about it, there's really nothing stopping you. And there are some questions about storytelling. Does it have to be formal? It really depends on your context and the sort of character and vibe you want to develop. I'd say stick to not being super like informal about it because the professional is going to make your essay. So I say follow the standard procedures, but you can be creative here and there. Does family income matter for scholarship applications? As most scholarships require a proof of family income. This is really scholarship specific. There are certain scholarships that only cater towards the bourgeois and the more marginalized communities, but there are also scholarships that are merit-based, which means that they actually don't really look into your family income, they look into your values and what you did and your achievements, right? So it's scholarship specific, but I say don't be worried about your family income as even different scholarships, they prepare different quotas for different people. I didn't do enough ECAs, or like curricular activities. I'd say it's now a bit too late to start doing more because it's scholarship application season. But don't be so worried about that, right? As long as you have one or two that you really care about, you can really advocate as well. Here, quality is more important than quantity. So don't beat yourself up. As Lex said just now, you all have a fighting chance, right? If possible, can you share the benefits of allowances? So different allowances are given for each different scholarship, and they vary in amount. Benefits of allowance, it really depends on you. Certain scholarships, we give book allowance, we give transportation allowance if you're from Sabah and Sarawak. But generally, it really depends on which scholarship you apply. Yes, it is. What if you have an underwhelming resume? How should you go about it? Is that everyone thinks? Underwhelming.
Okay, I guess the question, I can't really find it, but if you have an underwhelming resume, what can you write in it? I'd say just keep it to, if you don't have much to write, you just put it to one page is enough. And as well, I think a lot of the comments are saying that there is no section to send in your resume for YK. So I'm assuming your year you don't need to send a resume in, so that's good on you. But just keep a brag sheet or like a sheet that says what you have been involved in, what you've learned from all of these things. Once again, it will help you a lot. Let's just speed run through this because we're kind of short on time. So the ones that I'll be highlighting will be the ones that we're answering for now. And I guess try to keep down the comments because it'll be really hard for us to pick them up. Okay, so are the YK3 interviews on the same day or separate days? The YK interviews, as what was mentioned, is actually just stage 3. If you manage to be successful in stage 3, then only you go to stage 4. If you're successful, then only in stage 5. So 3 separate interviews on 3 different occasions. And also, I think just to answer what the person was asking, what are the skills you need for each interview? Basically, stage 3 is going to be sort of like a personal interview about competency-based. So you really got to know yourself a lot. Tomorrow we'll be covering that, competency-based interview. They'll ask you questions that are pretty personal, that are like a time that you face a lot of struggles or a time that you did something wrong. Things like that. So you just really need to know a lot about yourself. Stage 4 is about national awareness interviews. Basically, the management team will be asking you questions that are related to national issues or controversial topics. Stage 5 is more of a general interview that revolves around you as a whole. The board of trustee will only probably ask you questions that are very general. What do you like to do? What are your hobbies? And it's just your final push in just convincing them that you're a good scholar, that you're fit for them. So those are the 3 skills, 3 things that you need to know about YK. So if we really can't decide on the course, should I choose a different course for that? Yes, already answered. Yes, you can apply to different courses. It will just be a bit harder, but then just keep note of what courses you've already applied to, and just like list them out loud. Say you just can't decide between E&E engineering, Mac Eng, or Chem Eng, like me. So you just have to keep a note of what scholarship you applied to for what course. Because when you're entering the interview, they probably have your application. They're like, okay, this person is doing Mac Eng. What if you forgot that you applied for Mac Eng in this scholarship? So just keep a note. If you're going to apply with different courses for different scholarships, just get an Excel sheet and write that down, like, okay, bank, I'm applying for econs, YK, I'm applying for Mac, and something like that. Okay, another one, can I reuse my essays for, yes. Okay, can I reuse my essays for multiple other scholarships? For example, using my essay that I wrote for YK and using it for PNB. I personally did that because I was short on time, and then both of it was on the same day. So I finished my YK essay first because it was the most all-encompassing one. You know, YK has 1,000 words, PNB has about 500 words only. If the question is very similar, because I'm pretty sure PNB was about like an experience that changed your life in school. So it's pretty similar to YK. So what I did was like, you can't copy paste. You still have to read your essay again, see if it answers the prompt. Then yes, obviously you can send an essay that's pretty similar. They won't cross-check between companies, I can assure you that. So try to be efficient, see if you answer the prompts. If you think it's good enough, then you can submit. Okay. What else? What else? I was wondering what does it mean by the don't. Oh, okay. This should be okay. By don't use your pronoun as in I in your resume. It's really not required. You're trying to save on the skimming, right? So if you say like I led a team, you can just put it led a team because it's already understood. So you don't need to put I or we. It's just a basic like action word straight away. And then, okay, let's see what else. I never really see myself as a people person. How do I give back to the community? Okay. Actually, pretty interesting question because I think a lot of us as students, we try to fend for ourselves first and we can't really think of what we want to contribute in the community. Especially for the YK and say this year, they want to know what you have done for the community. So it's really like you have to think deep. Say you helped a friend to like teach them maths like during the school holidays, that's considered as something. Community doesn't have to be like a big area that you live in. Community can just be anyone surrounding you, how you have made an impact on their life, and like you should tell what has happened, what's the outcome of that your friend also gets straight A's with you. I know it's pretty cliche, it will sound very cringy, but if you really have no choice already, and you can't think of what you've done for the community, you just try to make sense of it and you try to explain. Also, you can include your aspirations in helping the community. If you have not done it, I think it doesn't need to be certified, right? This one is a bit of a gray area. We suggest that if you can get anything certified, if it's going to be scanned, just get a photocopy of it and also certify it. It doesn't do you any harm because at the end of the day, almost all of it have to be certified. As long as you bring your list of documents, your teacher will probably certify everything. So might as well get everything certified. Okay, is it possible to get scholarship 8 class because my result by 8 class? Just check your requirements on the portals. You'll probably be able to understand. So, we think the rest of the questions have already been answered. We'll go through them once again and we'll screenshot them and answer them personally on the Telegram group. Aside from that, we'll just pick them up within this. And I think we can move on to the psychometric assessments part for today, and our tentative end for this event will be 3:40. So pass it to Sharma.
Hi. Sorry, I look like a mess during lunch. Okay, anyway, before we get on to this, I just want to take the liberty of time to answer one last question that appeared on the slide. Is KYUEM fun? Woo! How many of you think it's fun? How many of you think it's not fun? Okay, it's true. It's in the middle of nowhere. You have like not really much entertainment. I once cycled outside and it's like full of abandoned buildings. But try to find the silver lining, at least you're with friends, it's a tight-knit community, you kena baksa diri untuk belajar, something like that lah. Right, anyway. Psychometric assessments. Next slide, please. Alright, so psychometric assessments can basically be broken down into 3 very large overarching umbrellas. Morality, numerical skills, and also your verbal skills. There are also other forms of psychometric assessment that are out there. For example, Shell, during my my time during application season, they had a game session. If I'm not wrong, it's like several patterns would have flash on the screen, and then you need to like memorize those patterns as to the best of your ability, and then you need to like regurgitate it on the answer scheme, something like that. So basically that would fall under deductive IQ or memory assessments. But to my knowledge, the Shell one for this year has been slightly altered. So we can revert back to this. So three major overarching categories: morality, numerical, and verbal. Alright, so now we'll be covering the three overarching umbrellas. So first, morality, or otherwise known as personality assessments. Alright, personality assessments are extensively employed by various scholarship providers to basically gauge whether or not you're a good person. They can't see you all individually, so they need like some sort of way to say like, oh, okay, this guy is probably a decent person, something like that. So yes, Petronas, JPA, Bank Negara, Yayasan Khazanah, Shell all have different personality assessments, but the gist is the same. You get about the same questions. Some of the questions are very cliche. For example, one question on the JPA one for last year was, Adakah anda suka bergosip? So yes, that's basically the gist of this that kind of questions. But okay, I assume none of you here are bad people. I assume none of you here are perompak, pencuri ke, peragut ke apa. Are any of you there? No. Okay, good lah. So I assume y'all can answer all these questions to a very high degree of accuracy. Just be yourself. Think what a moral person would do in those circumstances. But just note that JPA's one is in Bahasa Melayu, so if your BN is not the best, you might need to want to brush up on that slightly lah. Alright, there are nevertheless some best practices. Next slide, please. Alright, so number one, you should know your sponsor. Okay, anggap macam ni. I want to apply, for example, for petroleum engineering. Then when the question comes up on the Shell or Petronas personality assessment quiz, do you want to work on an oil rig? Kamu nak apply for petroleum engineering? Of course, like, you have to say, yes, I want to work in an oil rig. Okay, I mean, I'm not saying you should read your answers, but I mean, logically, if you want to work as a petroleum engineer and you don't want to work in an oil rig, like, you know lah, like macam tak ngam kan, right? Alright, so next, don't underestimate yourselves also. So just be yourself, because actually, like, disclaimer out there, we do not know exactly what any sponsor wants. We do not know. Sometimes maybe they want an extrovert, they want a leader. Sometimes maybe they want someone in the middle, not too much of a leader, but a middle person who can give very nice ideas. We generally do not know. These are just a list of best practices, but best practices do not equal guaranteed success. So, of course, be honest with your collaborative skills and so on and so forth. Let this accurately represent your personality. That's what's called a personality test. You do not cheat on the test. And of course, the last main point, so point number 3, is you should imagine yourself as a worker at the company. Sometimes, you know, there will be questions that test your integrity. For example, one of the questions I think was Bank Negara was like, oh, your friend or your colleague has been caught cheating, do you report him to the supervisor? I mean, obviously, I mean, I can't say for you, but then personally, I say, obviously, yes, you should report him to the supervisor, because that's what a moral worker would do. They want to find good employers, and of course, I'm not asking you to cheat, but then personally, I mean, if I was an employee at Bank Negara and I knew like my subordinate or colleague did something wrong, I would still report him. So you have to go in this kind of, you know, mental direction. Next slide, please. Alright, so we are done with personality assessments. Okay, TLDR for personality assessments, jadilah orang yang baik, jadi orang yang berakhlak mulia, something like that. Yes. Okay, so now we move on to the slightly harder assessments, numerical and verbal assessments. So basically, break it down, numerical and verbal basically means maths and English assessments. Alright, so these will be the harder ones, and if I'm not wrong, only 2 sponsorship providers have these kinds of assessments. Of course, this year for your batch it could be different, but for my batch it was Yayasan Khazanah and also Petronas. Yayasan Khazanah used Logics, which is a scannable link that contains sample questions that you guys can try to familiarize yourself with the concept. whilst Petronas uses the thinking skills assessment provided by the Cambridge board. Alright, so now we're going to do a short exercise. Just bear in mind that logics is actually based off the SAT. Okay, I can't say this for certain, but based on the type of questions and how it's modeled, it's sort of based off the SAT, which if you do get a scholarship, you'll probably end up sitting, especially if you're going to the US. So now we want to do a short exercise. Everyone please scan the QR code that says Logics YK. Alright, once you're done scanning, can you please put up your hand? Alright, thanks Sarah. Inside the Notion that contains workshop material, the link is also there. If your QR code scanner is not working for some reason. Right, so is everyone done scanning it? Yes? Yes? Yes. Alright, so we can move on to the next slide. Alright, we want to do some practice questions to try to familiarize ourselves. I know I'm sorry, we shouldn't have it so stressed, ada ujian ke apa. But then okay, let's just try to go through because you will be going through all these questions within a time constraint. The biggest problem that people have with numerical and verbal is not mereka tak faham soalan ke soalan susah. Soalan boleh buat je. Kok ini tahap SPM, sometimes tahap sekolah rendah pun ada. Sometimes it's just basic accounting. It's just that you are under a significant time constraint. Sometimes you have 1 minute to do a question like this. Read everything, ambil jawapan, less than 60 seconds. That is stressful. Now you'll be less stressful, obviously, because we are giving you more time. But just bear in mind, it's not necessarily about getting every question right. It's about getting the maximum number of questions right within the appropriate time frame that mereka bagi lah. Alright, so now we're going to try to do this question. Try. Okay, I know you can check the answer there, but please don't. Y'all lah orang yang akhlak mulia, insan mulia tu semua kan. Okay, so anyway, we're going to try to do this question and then we're going to check the answer together. Is everyone okay with that? Alright, so the first time ever more than half new power capacity added this year came from renewable energy sources like wind, solar, beating fossil fuels. According to a recent report, last year represents a turning point because renewables now constitute 23% of global generation. It is expected this share will increase by additional 5% in the next 5 years due to large market forces and shift to global policy in favor of renewable energy. Governments are increasingly introducing policies that encourage the adoption of renewable power and aim to reduce the use of fossil fuels that produce the highest level of pollution, for example, coal, oil, and natural gas. However much of the transition renewable power will likely even happening without the increase in regulations, the cost of supply renewable energy have risen rapidly in recent years is due to advances in technology and increased competition in the market. For example, the cost of the most common type of solar panel found in the most power plants in residential fallen by 70% in the past decade, and the sector will continue to decrease over the next number of years. Which of the following is mentioned as reason for blah 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 blah. Okay, dah pilih jawapan ke? Dah pilih jawapan ke? Lang things I spoke slowly. And please, I can beat Nicki Minaj actually. Alright, are you guys done choosing your answer? Show of hands.
Oh no.
Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, before you turn the slide, siapa pilih the first answer? Raise your hand, please. Tadi. Okay, no, okay lah, maybe salah kot. Who chose changes to government policy and regulation? Tadi. Are you cheating? Developments in the field of technology? Tadi. The declining cost of renewable energy sources such as solar panels?
Yes,
then what? Don't skip soalan ni. Okay guys, try, because the next slide contains the answer to this. So we just want to try to gauge your ability to answer these kind of questions under stress. Okay, we're just going to go over again. Who chose A? Okay, some people chose A. Who chose B? C? D? And then ada yang dalam bertiup angin. Okay, anyway, next slide. Alright, so for those of you who chose A, congratulations. I don't have a prize for you, but congratulations nonetheless. Okay, so basically that's the kind of time constraint that you'll be under. The time that it took me to basically read through all of that is more or less about the time, same amount of time you have to actually answer the question, because there are a lot of questions and not a lot of time. So anyway, the answer for this question is A. This is not a class, I'm not going to discuss why it's A. We're going to move on to the next slide. Right, so next one is numerical, so basically a maths test. Okay, I understand that you can't really see from this, so I really have to ask you to rely on your phones from the link that you scanned just now. You can scroll down and then find logics, numerical skills if I'm not wrong. Okay, I know this might require a calculator. Actually, I'm not really sure if you can use calculators for your batch. But anyway, just off the top of your head, if you can visualize this, right, I will give you all exactly 1 minute on my watch. Can you play like Japanese music or something?
Say Jeopardy music. Japanese music. Jeopardy. Quiz music. Game.
How does Japanese music sound? I don't know. Tak peduli. 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright, answer? Wait, no, wait, sorry. Okay, who chose France? No one chose France? You guys are not very exciting crowd. Germany? No. Italy? Spain? The Netherlands? The UK? Okay, next slide. Yes, the answer is Spain. Did y'all cheat? Did you click the answer? Sure. Okay. All right. So basically, that is the end of our assessment session punya workshop. There's not much to go about this really. Just to recap, it's morality, usually some sort of English test, maths test, and on top of that, maybe you shall is a bit creative, like a game test or something like that. Right, so any questions before we end this session? Any questions? Alright, so I assume not. Thank you so much, everyone.
We have to do a bit of a promo here because we're a partner with another organization. So anyone who's interested in the life sciences and just specific, that one is the guy that we ran the essay to you guys to actually. Melvin Cheng, he's going to Stanford. If you just want to ask him like personal questions, you can also join the session. Even if you don't want to do life science because he's doing molecular and cellular biology. So like if any of these scholarships interest you and you actually just want to know more about a specific scholarship, the link to register to these talks will be already in the Notion page. So like everything, just to put it out there, everything in this workshop will be updated on that Notion page. We'll just let you know when it's updated. And the slides for today, day one, will also be on the Notion page. We'll let you know. Alright, so we have PPN, Mara, Kazana, and PNB, the next one. This next one is specifically catered to those who want to do medicine and just still want to know what are the pathways of doing medicine. So those online who are interested as well, you get the link to register will be on the page. Next, I'm pretty sure we're done for today.
Tomorrow, for physical participants, just come at 8 a.m. as well. Registration will commence again at 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. The event starts at 9.
Oh, okay. The next info is just pertaining to the physical participants. So, thank you for joining us to all these online